All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the special meeting March 1st, 2023 to order. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Ms. Schooley?
Here.
Dr. Varda?
Ms. Miller.
Ms. Miller?
Perfect. All right, I would like to also thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us this afternoon. You can find our live stream meetings on the district's website. Is there a motion to approve today's meeting agenda?
I move that we approve the agenda for the special meeting of March 1st, 2023 as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, it has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for the special meeting of March 1st, 2023 as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Miller? Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
All right, the agenda is approved. So we'll move on to our first section of the agenda. We will have Ms. Jill Ibeck, Chief Information Officer, and Dr. Kim LeBlanc-Esparza, Deputy Superintendent, here for the purpose of providing the Board of Education with an update on the Jeffco Thrives 2025 major initiative, implementation of a data dashboard. The goal of the data dashboard project is to provide teachers, school leaders, and district staff with the tools needed to drive best practices around data and achieve academic outcomes aligned with Jeffco Thrives 2025. We're receiving this presentation today in advance of an item that will be on our consent agenda on March 9th. As a reminder to the board, the district's data dashboard project is funded with ESSER $3 through the 23-24 school year. Before I hand this over to our presenting staff members tonight, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to add?
Yes, thank you, every time. Thank you, President Schooley. I think it's the alliteration of Superintendent and Schooley. Thank you, President Schooley. As the board knows, we have 4 major initiatives in Jeffco Thrives for the 22-23 school year that will provide the foundation for our work to continue into 23-24. Regional opportunities for thriving schools is one. Healthy and equitable start times is another. The third is to really focus and intentionally create a thriving and inclusive culture for our employees as students and families aligned to the district values that you all have set for Jeffco. And the fourth is the implementation of a data dashboard. The purpose of this agenda item is for the board to receive an update on our progress related to the data dashboard and that major initiative. Dr. Kim and Jill Ibeck are our primary presenters today, and they will introduce their supporting colleagues and partners in this work. And so with that, I am handing it over to Ms. Ibeck or Dr. Kim.
Hey.
Dr. Kim.
We'll start with me. Thank you, Superintendent Dorland, and thank you, President Schooley. We'll walk you through a few things, but before we get into that, it's incredibly important for Jill and I that we thank the team that has really done some heavy work with us. And they really had vision, they had thoughtfulness, they had certainly our Jeffco Thrives in mind, and have really stepped up and done some tremendous work. And so I want to say thank you to certainly Jill and her team, Betsy Conti, who is the principal data architect, and she's joined our district this year. Betsy, we'll wave. Jeremy Felker, who is executive director of student data privacy and reporting, who is not with us this evening because he is not feeling well. So we also have Dr. Carol Eaton, executive director of instructional data services, which I believe you all know. Scott Mays will be with us virtually, who is a member of our TDPAC group, and Chris Paschke, our executive director of enterprise architecture. And a thank you to this team who really have worked together throughout the entire school year to bring what we're going to be able to showcase for you today. You have to hold your mouth right, Jill. I always love when the technology people stuff doesn't work, because I know mine doesn't work all the time.
Awesome. And we have it in front of us as well, and it's on board docs for anyone out there that wants to follow along.
Beautiful. All right, there we go. Well, maybe. Thank you, Drew.
There we go.
So, as I know you all know, because we've shared it with you earlier in the year, when we kicked off the school year with our leadership launch, we talked about the need to support our schools and our students in outcomes, academic outcomes, as well as all of the goals that we had outlined in Jeffco Thrives. And as we looked at that, we knew in our system we have data. Data's not our problem. Our issue is not a shortage of data. It's bringing it together and being able to tell the right story and make the right decisions and inform the work, investing in the right resources, making sure that we provide the right professional learning, all of those pieces. So as we look at, improving the experience for schools and for district leaders, our team stepped up tremendously this year, knowing full well that we were going to be engaging in this process and engaging in the building of a data culture and a data dashboard. And Dr. Eaton's team went in and envisioned what would the dashboard do for us, and literally created a deck of data around our student achievement and our student growth and our demographic data that would help each and every leader. They created a custom deck for each and every school to sit down with at the beginning of the year and walk through and know where we were. And we did it again at mid-year when we looked at our winter data, so that it wasn't a barrier and we could go into this process knowing that I think it was sort of motivational for us to say, when we have these tools that put this at people's fingertips, won't this be amazing? And it'll be a wonderful opportunity for folks to ask those in-depth questions and really look at what do our students need and how do we know? But to begin the year, I want to give them huge credit because their team dove in and built a deck for each and every school with their data so that they didn't have to spend their time doing that. And that really was the impetus for part of the conversation that we had, was looking at the fact that we need a data culture that people can fish for themselves, not have us bring them a basket of fish each and every time we need to look at data. So as we looked at that, we knew we also needed to eliminate the silos. We've got SOARs and we've got Infinite Campus, and I've been out and sat down with principals that have shown me their 23 different spreadsheets that look at every class of students and every content area, and recognizing that folks are spending their time doing that rather than engaging in the work of what does that mean we're going to do about it. And so really looking at that being our goal and our driving theme of we want to provide folks with a system that allows them to do that in real time for themselves. But we also need to be thoughtful about making sure that we're maximizing the potential of our data systems and giving people real-time opportunities to really think about how do we utilize that data to make good decisions, whether it be resources, whether it be professional learning, whether that be curricular investments, that folks have what they need to do that in the right timing. So as Superintendent Dorland talked about, the foundational priorities within Jeffco Thrives, this was one of the major initiatives, recognizing that we have plenty of data. How do we make it really operational for people? So when Jill and team sat down together, we really had a target of during this school year, we want to launch a dashboard system that allows people to really look at how are kids doing and how do we know. And so it was a tall order. We knew that. It was a pretty big ask, and the group really dove in and have done a lot of great work. And we're going to show you kind of where we are at this point in time this evening. In the vision to do that, we talked about growing data literacy. We talked about establishing that culture. And Jill and her team began to build sort of a visual that represented what we were thinking in terms of what we wanted a dashboard to do for us. And so I'm going to hand it over to her to kind of talk about the visual up there and how we see building this out in the various iterations and how it will support our district overall as we move forward, being a thriving data culture.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. So when we think about building a data culture here at Jeffco, we don't think about it being just a tool or a system or a database. It's much, much more than that. On this slide, what we are trying to depict is the building blocks of the data culture, or a library of books, so to speak, consisting of the many skills that we want our district to have. We believe that these are foundational pieces needed to be successful to achieve what Dr. Kim has just described for us all. Foundationally, we are already working on the highlighted foundational items that you can see here, or the bookcase, so to speak, underneath the books. And so we've been hard at work on data architecture. And when we say data architecture, what we mean is how data is managed from its collection, how data is transformed, distributed, and consumed. Another piece of the bookcase is data management that we've been hard at work on. And this is all about ingesting, storing, organizing, and curating that data. As you can see here, we also have a few other pieces of this foundational bookcase that aren't as highlighted because we still have a lot of work to do on building those skill sets. Those are data governance and data literacy, as you can see here. When we think about data governance and building that skill set within our school district, we think about the availability of data, how we use that data, the integrity of that data, who has access to data, when do they have access to that data, should they have access to that data, and for how long should they have access to that data. And then data literacy is also really, really important and something that we have to put a lot of time and effort into building. And this is all about how we use data in context and in practice overall across our many different schools, our many different stakeholders that are going to consume these data dashboards and this data.
So when we started talking about the building of a data culture at our leadership launch, we really talked to our leaders about this being not just about numbers, not just about data at beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year, but really it's about behaviors and beliefs, how we use the data or how we don't use the data for decision making. And I know, Director Reed, you've talked a number of times in meetings as we've talked about being a teacher and getting this plethora of data and really wanting somebody to sit down and say, what does this mean? What does this mean I should do? And so building a data culture is really around building people's capacity and helping people not only understand what's the data telling me and what does that mean I need to do and how do I use it and how do I use it effectively? And so as we keep going, one of the things that we looked at with our leaders is, it starts with our leadership team, owning and driving the use of data, making sure that we're using data to make good decisions, making sure that we're using it effectively, making sure that we're protecting it and managing it well. Data champions break down silos. And so what that means is really looking at how do we look at the bigger picture of data. We want to make sure it's trusted, easily accessible, freely shared as it is needed. And most importantly, we've got to make sure that we build the skill set of everyone in our system to use the data that's important to them. It's not just about academic data, although that's a key driver for us, especially in our Jeffco Thrives, but we can utilize it if we build a data culture and we build it well. It's not just about student data. It's about, using data to drive decisions, whether it be for, human resource purposes or whether it be for, Matt's work that he does around staffing, whether there's such a myriad of opportunity for us to use data well. And so that just means that we've got to think about it in terms of professional development. We've got to think about it in terms of collaborative PLC time where we dedicate time for people to really dig in a meaningful way to have discussions around data and using it well. And one of the things we talked about with our principals is, building a data culture it isn't about one test. It isn't about one system. It's about our students. It's about looking at our educators and giving them what they need in order to drive decision making, in order to help them plan effectively. One test gives us one piece of data and information. So does attendance. So does, there's so many pieces that tell us what we need to know as we look at patterns in all of our overall data, which I know Director Varda, you've talked about that as well. So we want the collective beliefs and behaviors of our staff to use, value, and rely on data as we make decisions. So we took our Learners Our Future, and we really looked at what were the key metrics that we had identified to start our work. And the first pieces that we talked about with our building leaders was elementary reading, making sure all students can read on grade level by third grade. Elementary math, looking at students being proficient on state math assessments by the end of fifth grade. Looking at students being proficient in math by eighth grade, and certainly looking at post-secondary workforce readiness. And so in the beginning, that's where our team began. was looking at those metrics to say, can we start there? Can we develop a vision for a descriptive dashboards that tell us what happened? How do we know? And then from there, looking at progressionally getting to a place where we're looking at early warning systems and looking at likelihood of future outcomes and what can we tell from patterns of our data.
Also on this slide to note, as Dr. Kim was just describing, is we are slicing our scopes of work up into doable doses, so to speak. And so as she mentioned, our approach here is very deliberate with what scope is associated with. What you see here is what we're calling phase 1A, which is all about what happened and what we have today to be able to report upon or build a dashboard upon. And then leading into some exciting things with future phases to come that we're calling 1B, which is our likelihood of future outcomes. Okay, on this slide here, we are depicting the how we got to where we are today with phase 1A, and we're also showing parallel work happening with our next phase of deliverables with phase 1B. We were intent on ensuring that we took existing staff with project and change management skills to help drive the deliverables of this project. At a high level, you can see the breakdown of cycles that we achieved to meet our timeline for phase 1A, which will also be repeated throughout each phase going forward. It's important to note that there is really a bunch of hard work going on here concurrently, and that the work certainly doesn't stop in March of this year. This is a moment in time for us to show you what we've planned for already. This team will continue to work with defined stakeholder groups to both prioritize and identify future scope for years to come as we transition the output of each phase to an operational service that we will own. We look forward to phase 1B continuing to be planned, to be designed, to be iterated upon, and to be implemented as we continue to apply resources to ensure that project and change management is always top of mind. We are very much open to feedback from our formulated steering committee, which we'll introduce here in just a second and talk about. Our board members, of course, our community, on how we manage these changes going on within our district associated with this project as we look forward to a more modern data culture overall. So as we think about our approach and current state, and now that you've seen our timeline, you might be wondering how we did all of that work so fast. And we could sit here and certainly take all of the credit, but the reality is that we've had a strategic implementation partner that has been helping us to be successful in this space. Based upon the recommendation of our principal data architect, Betsy Conti, who you were just able to meet, who has done extensive work in this space before joining us here at Jeffco, we engaged an implementation partner to help us fast track our strategic needs alongside the Jeffco Thrives timeline. The partner that was chosen in this space is called Education Analytics, sometimes referred to as EA, because everyone knows we love our acronyms in IT. Our partner was chosen to augment our staff to build out the systematic foundation while allowing our staff here at Jeffco to keep the lights on and continue to contribute to many other initiatives on our plate aligned with Jeffco Thrives, like Hazel Health, the Panorama Survey tool, and a very successful enrollment period, all of which this team has contributed to while leaning into this project as well. Further, EA brings expertise in this space that Jeffco is still learning and building, which helps us fast track this implementation as we look forward to owning and managing the service for many years to come after we eventually say goodbye to this implementation partner. On the slide, you see EA, or Education Analytics, tried and true method for onboarding a school district just like Jeffco. In fact, they've done similar engagements with New York City Public Schools, Boston Public Schools, the state of South Carolina, the state of Texas, and many more. The solution that you see here is called Starting Blocks, which utilizes what's called the EdFi data model. EdFi is a data standard widely used across K-12 and even the public sector in some instances. Utilizing the EdFi data model and standard not only gives us the ability to store data from multiple systems in a central location, it can allow us to be part of what's called the EdFi exchange, which allows us access to openly share innovations about the EdFi data standard and contribute to the community in which it supports. Dr. Robert Meyer is EA's founder and board president. He is a research professor emeritus at the University of Wisconsin-Madison and also founded the university's Value-Added Research Center. Dr. Meyer is nationally known for his work on value-added modeling, evaluation methods, and strategic management of human capital. He's very well known in this space and is a known entity in researching K-12 analytics. And our team very much looks forward to engaging his expertise in our upcoming phases of work 1B and beyond. So as mentioned just a few minutes ago, while our implementation partner has certainly helped us build the foundational tool that we're going to use, we've been busy at work engaging our many stakeholders in the space to ensure that we get it just right. As you can see here, one of the first things that we did as a project team was to appoint a steering committee. And the types of folks who have been appointed to that steering committee are listed here on this slide. High, middle, and elementary school principals, counselors focused on multi-tiered systems of support or MTSS, central support representation from our academic leadership team listed out here, school leadership, student success, teaching and learning, family, school, and community partnerships. And of course, the project team that's here with us in the boardroom today has been heavily engaged with the formulation and integration with that steering committee overall. Additionally, we've interviewed many stakeholders across our community. And as you can see here, we've interviewed 55 or so. And those stakeholders were made up of all of our community superintendents, school leadership principals, assistant principals from all 4 of our quadrants, instructional coaches, professional learning supports, and of course, our central academic support teams as well. I will, yeah. And so as we approach the implementation of our first scope of work, which we're calling 1A, privacy has obviously been heavily on our minds. And we are very lucky to have some lessons learned from the past that we can learn from, and have already formulated a committee called TDPAC, or Technology Data Privacy Advisory Committee. It's a little bit of a mouthful, comprised of experts in this space that serve our community. And we have already asked that committee to lean heavily into this project to help us navigate risk and mitigation. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Paschke to join us here to present this slide, given his history with Jeffco Public Schools, and invite and welcome Mr. Mays, who is joining us remotely, who is our TDPAC member who's joining us virtually today.
Thanks, Ms. Ivek. Thank you. So yeah, as we reflect on previous work, right, the question always comes up is what makes this initiative different than past initiatives, right? So reflecting on that past, we really look at historically, we as all K-12s have struggled with just a very poorly defined legal landscape, right? And we've also, in previous initiatives, struggled with lack of district transparency. If we remember back to Ingbloom, that was a grant-funded project. It didn't go through the purchasing rigors like this project has went through, so that created some distrust with our communities. There was also poor timing with past initiatives. Jeffco was driving forward with data initiatives right at a time when there was some growing public distrust around groups like Facebook and Microsoft outside of K-12. So we kind of ran into a tidal wave of what if scenarios in previous efforts. There was also a lot of lack of risk versus reward for our families and our community members when we were historically looking at some of these works. We, in the past, wanted to build an application that would solve all problems for all people, and that general concept, as we know, kind of collapsed on its own weight, right? Like we can't do all things for all people all at the same time, and that really created a lot of distrust with the community, frankly. As Jill mentioned, we created a TDPAC committee, a privacy committee of community members, industry experts, and kind of everything in between. And we are really the only school district in Colorado that I know of that continues to have a data privacy committee to help oversee really advanced technical work like this. And this committee has really put us in a good spot to move forward with this work. As we've talked about before, this committee helped us really define the legal landscape in the state of Colorado, right? We were one of the driving innovators around our student data privacy laws in the state of Colorado. We've also developed data protection agreements, purchasing agreements that have been model agreements that have been used by other school districts around the state as well. So that really set us into a good place where we could start to measure risk and measure areas that we can build trust with that community. From there, this work is different than others in the way that Ms. Ibeck mentioned, that library and that book analogy really goes a long ways. Instead of building one book to solve one thing or many things for all people, we're really thinking about various pieces that fit together in a puzzle, and these pieces we can manage risk individually against. And we're also looking at solving problems in very systematic ways as well, instead of trying to be that all things for all people type of approach. And then the tech stack is also better, right? We've evolved into a place where instead of trying to build one app that solves all these problems, we're looking at an ecosystem of reporting tools, data storage tools, and integration tools that work together, and we can adjust individually to meet very specific needs of our district. So I'll hand it off to Scott to talk about what risks the committee wants to really look at managing as we continue to discuss the implementation of this work in the next coming years.
Hi, all. Thank you for having me today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. We, on the TD PAC, Chris, Jill, they approached us, shared with us their plans for data use for the district, and our biggest question that came up was governance, right? Who has access, when they have access, how long they have access, when does the data time out, who's keeping track of who has access, and checking up on that, essentially auditing. And so we had a really robust and good conversation around that, where we shared our concerns. As I've stated before, there are a number of members of the group that have extensive IT experience and working with data in numerous areas. I work in higher ed. There are others that are in public sector government. There are others that were private. So it was a good mix of experiences. And we shared with them that really they need to focus on the basics, the foundational controls that are necessary to implement those things so that they'll have a successful project going forward. Because without those foundations, data projects tend to fail. So.
Thank you, Chris. And thank you as well, Scott. We appreciate you being with us today. So this has been as you can see, a big team project, and a thank you to Jill and her team for their vision. I know I went into this with the lens of the education. What do we need? When I think about our building leaders, when I think about our district leaders, what do we need in order to make sure we know what's happening in our system in as real time as we can so that we can make good decisions? And these guys have done an amazing job being really thoughtful about engaging the partners that we needed that have expertise, certainly all of our stakeholders, and talking through what do you need data to do for you. And as Chris talked about, we envision that there will be dashboards that everybody needs. There are certain things that we need to know. Post-secondary workforce readiness is something that every one of our high school leadership teams and school staffs need to be able to look at. At the same time, we also have situations where there will be a particular need or particular questions that folks are asking about their data that they want to build a specific dashboard that will serve their needs or their team's needs as they're looking at specific goals within their school. And so in all of this, part of that project is looking at not only creating the opportunity for all of us to have access to data, but certainly the opportunity to train people on how can you build the pieces that you need so that you get the data you need in the right visualization so that you can bring that to life, right? And so these guys began with the ocean and really looked at narrowing it down to what do we need? Where do we start? And we started with the Jeffco Thrives. And so I want to walk you through at least where we are at this point. Now, I want to first acknowledge I wanted to be able to show you because it's so incredibly exciting to click on each of these pieces and drill down and see what the data can do for us. But again, that data privacy piece is incredibly important, and we're not going to do that. So we created some screenshots where we made sure that this is data we can show you, but we can talk through what it can do for us. So as you can see in front of you, this is kind of the first iteration of a dashboard that we created, and it has all of our schools, elementary, middle, high schools, and certainly all of the list over on the left-hand side. In the middle, This is going to be fun because I got to go back and forth. My font has got to be like 0.5 in front of me. So as you can see the colored bars right in the middle, what you've got there is you've got race and ethnicity data broken down, and as I click on each school, it will give me specific data related to that school's population. Up above it, you'll notice that it has students by grade level. So I can tell exactly how many kids are in each grade level, what the breakdown is in terms of ethnicity, and if you look over on the far right-hand side, that table that exists at the bottom, it also lists each of my schools and the various breakdowns, whether it's overall student population and the breakdown, how many ELL students do they have, how many students are served by an IEP, certainly as you look all the way across. What's interesting about that is if I click on, let's say, a particular school, it's going to take me to more granular data. And so as I go into that, now it's going to show me, the lots of color chart that you see right in the middle talks about specifically this particular one that we clicked on by month, various disciplinary instances that occurred within the school. So you'll notice there's a number on each of those colored bars. As a building principal, I can click on any one of those numbers, and those students will show up, populate in that right-hand side table that tells me the date of the incident, tells me what occurred, it tells me who was involved in it, it gives me context and background so that I can start to see patterns. And the purpose for something like this might be, I'm realizing that I don't have enough supervision on my playground during third grade, because I'm seeing that's where most of my incidences are happening. So I might want to rethink my supervision schedule, or I might want to think about when there's passing time in the hallway and I notice that there's a particular hallway that I don't have enough supervision. So I want to make sure that I can see the patterns in that. And as a leader, this gives me that in real time. I can keep going. And as I drill down, you can see it, as a leader, they can toggle over each of the different data metrics and it will give them descriptions of what is this telling me. For example, at the bottom, attendance rate by month, school attendance rate. How are we calculating that? What is this information sharing and telling you, so that if for some reason someone's not sure, how do I read this data? What's it telling me? These guys have created a nice legend that will come up in real time and show folks what it is. From there, I can click and go down even further, down to the point in time where I can get all the way down to clicking on a particular student's name as a principal on that far right-hand side, and it will give me, how's that student doing right now? How are their grades? What's their schedule? What's their attendance rate? What do I need to know all about that student? And then I can bring it all the way back up to the school level data, back and forth, so that I can see the various patterns that I want to know. What gets really interesting and fun about this is Jill showed you the list of folks who gave us input. The minute folks begin to see this, it's, can it do this? Can it do this? Can it do this? Can it tell me this? And that's a really exciting piece of this because it allows us to continue to iterate and grow and more and more. ALT has looked at this. We've certainly started to ask questions about it, but this is where we've begun because it has a lot of our student achievement data, our growth data, and our descriptive data all put together in one place, which this is the first time we've had that all in one visual location. I'll take it one step further. And now here's where if I click down to a particular student within that list over there, now this is what I'm talking about in terms of it telling me, okay, how are we doing? And I know, Director Miller, you asked some questions about what do you mean by behavior rater and attendance rating? How are you guys calculating that? And that's in real time. Most of our leaders want an early warning kind of, okay, if all of a sudden I see a student is starting to miss school and is starting to impact their grades, can I intervene? Can I provide support? Can I make sure that we check in with that student? And so a lot of our schools have like student support teams. And if they can have this data and know before a student begins to fail, we can create interventions and we can create support that will help that student versus wait until they fail. And then we have a lot more work to do to get them back on track. And so the intention of the ratings that you see up there are to point out to teams, hey, we need to make sure that we keep an eye on, does this student need supports? Are they getting all the supports that they need? Are they progressing the way that we would like to see them progressing? Or are there more MTSS structures that we need to put in place to make sure that that student can be successful? So what comes next? One of the things that Jill talked about in the beginning is 1A was getting all of this different descriptive data all into one place so that we can start to see it. And that was something that our leaders told us that they needed, that they spend a pretty significant amount of time at the beginning of the year pulling this kind of data together so that they can have conversations. So that was 1A, and getting that started as we talked about, or as President Schooley talked about with ESSER investment. Now we're looking at the scope of the next development, which is phase 1B. Where do we go next? And I'll hand it to Jill to kind of talk a little bit about that.
So as Dr. Kim mentioned, we look forward to identifying future scopes of work, prioritizing those with our defined steering committee. And as we move on beyond what is our descriptive dashboards, we look forward to those rolling out within the next couple months or so. And we're starting to define that timeline and how those dashboards will be released, not just to our beta group, but our school leaders overall. So 1A is coming very soon, and we look forward to that. And then we move into 1B, as Dr. Kim mentioned, beginning to identify and develop early warning at-risk academic indicators. And the work associated with both 1A and 1B is what you'll see come to you on the March consent item. And what we expect you to see on March 9th is listed here as our contract is not to exceed $500,000. And then future work as we go beyond these first two phases, beyond our first year, is we will continue to look to deepen Jeffco's data culture and using that data in context. Maturing our data governance, that's the bookshelf building blocks that we talked about earlier as we build those skill sets or those books in our bookcase. And use of data beyond our learners, our future. So while, of course, we are focused on our learners, our future as our primary component of the strategic plan, we look forward to having employee data in the system at some point as well, and operational data as well. And so the sky's the limit as far as how we can ingest data and model that data as long as it is prioritized and scoped out going forward. And we have some anticipated phase 2 costs listed here for you. Of course, we need to sharpen that pencil and plan as we continue to prioritize work, and we look forward to keeping the board next to us as we progress through this and sharing this information with you as we continue to plan and learn more.
Great. Thank you so much. And yes, thank you, Scott, for zooming in and being here to represent TDPAC. Board members, it's our opportunity to ask questions and dive a little deeper into all this amazing work. And I echo the big thanks for the team that has come together to get so much of this able to be presented today. Is there anyone that would like to start? Dr. Miller.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for starting to address some of the questions that I put forward. And thank you again, Scott, for you participating on the committee as you have, and for really setting a standard for other people to follow. So I'm just going to ask a couple global questions, so I don't want to tie up the conversation. One of the questions goes back to what I believe you mentioned in Bloom as a previous experience that we all went through. And then there was also, I want to raise up TS Gold, which was a video overview of kindergartners or earlier behaviors. And I think parents were concerned how In Bloom was going to be tracking their children, as well as how TS Gold or other types of videos or behavior data sets were going to be collected and kept and maintained, and were kids going to be tracked. And so trying to make sure, going back to what Scott was saying about privacy and what we're saying about privacy, how are we going to be able to communicate with parents that this is not a tracking system? I'm assuming it's not a tracking system. Maybe that's my first question. And if it's not that tracking system, how are we going to let parents know that really there's a human involved in these data selections and collection and evaluations? And so even if little Johnny, when he is 4 years old, eats paste, that doesn't mean, when he's 5, 6, or 7, there's going to be a trend of some sort. So I'd be curious how we're going to be honoring of parents' concerns in that.
Absolutely. I'll let Jill speak to some of the data governance work, but I will speak to the questions that you're asking about tracking. I mean, ultimately, the data that we have is the data going into the dashboard. We have data sources all over our system, and we use them to help drive decision making. And when I say drive decision making, it's around providing supports for students. It's investing in the right curricula. It's building the right programming, right, for students in real time, seeing what they need through whether it's patterns of growth, whether it's patterns of achievement, whether it's attendance, all those things. And so, it's not a matter of tracking. It's a matter of making sure that we can make good decisions and provide kids what they need so they can be successful. In the data tools that we're looking to develop, it's really so that we can see how are we doing, and how are we making sure that our students are being successful. And so, as far as do we utilize it to provide extra tutoring to a student? Sure, we absolutely do. Do we use it to make sure that we're intervening if a student's not attending school and ask them, what do you need? Is there something going on? Is there something we can help you with? Those are the kinds of decisions that we make. Do we use it to say, little Johnny's going to be a carpenter because it's something we saw him behave like in second grade? Absolutely not. Is that helpful?
Yeah, that is. And I just want our parents to understand that's exactly what you're using it for the interventions that may be necessary and or the complementary supports or acceleration, exactly. So that if we go back to each child receiving what they need to be successful, that is the complement that we're providing through this dashboard. And then the other question, going back to what you said with legacy, if we go back in time, when we had a previous consulting firm working for us and said, you guys have a ton of data, you just don't know how to actually use it and be able to deploy it for the benefit of your students. And so I guess my question is, one, we do have legacy systems that seem to be at least that's my understanding, is that we had legacy systems that could not talk with one another. And so now we're trying to make them go into a tube to talk to one another. And then how are we going to ensure that the culture of data use and implementation and is going to be ingrained into our systems? Because I think that has been the challenge that you've raised before, Dr. Kim, with how do we really build a data culture so that we're looking at data, not just this feels good to me.
No, you're absolutely right. I think part of the discussion has to be, we've begun the conversation, we've begun the planning, we've begun the work with our building leaders back at our leadership launch around, let's look at our data together, let's look at what questions we would ask, let's look at what trends and patterns are emerging, what does this inform, how do we know? And Dr. Eaton's team has really been right alongside our leaders as they've done that, because we do recognize we've got to build people's capacity and how to use data and use it well. We're starting with our leadership teams. Obviously, our leadership team at a district level, our leadership team at each building, and making sure that folks know how to use their data and know what questions to ask. And so professional development is working in partnership with Dr. Eaton's team, is working in partnership with all of ALT to make sure that we're really being thoughtful about bringing people together, having those conversations, seeing what people already know how to do, like best practice, and then working from there and making sure that we continue to build that out. It will be a part of our professional development, and it will be a part of, as we iterate with the different dashboards, making sure that folks know how to use the data and they continue to ask questions. I mean, it's going to be responsive. As people tell us, we need to know this information because we're trying to make decisions on scheduling, or we need to know this information. You're right. We have lots of legacy systems and they didn't talk to each other. So the ability to bring that together rather than be dependent upon a team to do that for us creates that ability to fish rather than we're coming to feed you. Right? And so we've got to do a little bit of both of those as we transition. But part of the plan is building people's skill sets, building people's knowledge so that they can ask the right questions, know what the data is telling them, know how to use the data in a responsible way, and certainly build systems and structures of support so that students can achieve.
Thank you. And then I just had one last question, and that is related to the behavior components. And on slide, I believe it was 23, it may have shifted because you all updated, but it shows, the student attendance levels, all those different components. Is that what drives the behavior, indicator? And if that's the case, so that it's not subjective to one individual saying the behavior is this. It's more driven by the data that one sees.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Disciplinary instances and what the patterns are looking like in terms of length of time, how many times, if a student has made some decisions that we need to work with them on, making good decisions or not being impulsive or whatever the case may be, this sort of shows us those patterns so we can see, again, how to support, how to create opportunities for a student to develop the skill set that they need so that they can be successful.
So not subjective, more driven by the information that we have.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And then a follow-up is that there was also the behavior rating, serious and mild at the school, and I don't see that on here anymore. But is it still there? Okay. Is that also data driven, or is that subjective as well? And if it's subjective, do all the principals have a standard by which they say this is a mild grievance or this is a serious grievance?
So we have a discipline matrix as a district, and so part of the incidences that occur, where that incident is in terms of the discipline matrix sort of informs that. So yes, it is very data driven as far as that goes.
Great, thank you very much.
Director Reed?
I am super, super excited by this, and I thank you all very much because I know that this was a really heavy lift. There's a lot in it. And having been an educator when there was all this data from all these different places and they would just kind of throw it at you and say, do something with that. And you're like, I have no idea. So having it this focused, I think will allow for some better conversations with colleagues and with supervisors about what it is that we're trying to do. So I'm very excited by that. A couple of things about it. One is I'm curious, to what degree will families be able to access their own child's data on this? I see at the high school level especially that people become very focused on credits, very focused on, will the student pass this class? Will they graduate on time? Less focused on, does my child have the skills that they need to succeed beyond high school? So like if they, and I'm assuming that we can also mix into this MAP scores and, and other data. Will parents be able to have access to their own child's dashboard?
I think that is a possibility in the iterations. Right now, we're focused on giving leaders their data, giving our educators their data, certainly giving our various departments opportunities to use these tools for data that they need. I absolutely can see a vision where we can share some of that data where, adults who have children in our system can certainly see what we can see, but that's going to have to come with time. And I don't want to say that too far out because I don't want the team to go, is she crazy? But in all seriousness, it takes a little while to get there. We're certainly focused on our Jeffco Thrives goals, but I have seen many school districts that have utilized that in that way, and folks have been appreciative. So I envision us engaging stakeholders and asking the question, where's the value in that? Is that something we need to do? And if so, how do we make that happen?
And I understand this is, it's a tiered thing, right? And it's going to take a while to get through each tier. But I can definitely see having parents be able to see this can make them a more informed partner and a more involved partner. And so I would really like to see that be part of it. Did I cut you off, Jill? Were you going to say something?
Just taking notes about
Okay.
Ms. Reed, can I just jump in for 1 second? I do want to reiterate that the information that would be put in one place is information that parents do have access to. Does that make sense? But you may have to be an IC to see it, for example.
Right. And an Infinite Campus won't necessarily, at least unless you've done something really phenomenal in the last few years, does not do it so well visually so that at a glance, I can look at this and say, oh, wow, I guess those unexcused absences really are a problem. Or, being able to just see, wow, I guess we have had 5 mild incidents. And, I just think that being able to see it so well visually and having it all in one place, like I said, especially if we can be including things like map data that tells, because what happens is in that focus on, I just want my kid to graduate on time, really there is a loss of vision about the skills that a kid needs, and that just graduating a child without skills may seem like it's going to get them out of your house, but if they can't get a job and hold it because they don't have the skills to do that, whether those are the social emotional skills and the self-discipline or the academic skills or both. So I think if a parent can look at that and go, wow, this really does look like trouble, or, hey, maybe my kid's academics are not stellar, but when I look at this, what I see is a solid kid, and I think we can feel good about that, and I think it's going to be okay. I just think that those things can make a difference. So I would like to see that used to be part of that partnership. As I think about this, and this is one I'm going to throw at you that I didn't throw at you before because it just occurred to me. And I can guarantee you, even though no one has said this to me yet, that after this presentation, I am going to hear, is this going to be used in teacher evaluations? And I assume that we will be able to dig into it and be able to focus on a particular teacher. And there's going to be some concern if that is going to be the case. And so will we be, I assume, bringing JCEA along in that journey? And is it possible that we might be able to use it to help guide a particular teacher's professional development, so that it's not so scary? It's not like they're going to dig into my dashboard and get rid of me, but more like, if they dig into my dashboard and it looks like my behavior incidents in my classes are a lot higher than anywhere else, we're going to look at those students. Do I have the hardest students in the school? Is that what's doing it? Do I need more help with my classroom management? So are we going to be using this with teachers?
I think what you just said is great context. I think, having been a building principal for 10 years, I can say, I would look at data to say, what are patterns? What am I seeing? Where am I seeing great levels of success? What are you doing in that classroom so that others can learn from you? That's certainly an opportunity for us to use data in that way. And as you said, if we're seeing lots of instances of behavior in specific situations, we start to see the pattern. We might see some of those things emerge. Is it going to be used for evaluation? I don't see that being an effective use of data. It's really an effective use if we give people support. If we give people help based on what we're seeing and build people's skill sets, I see that as a win-win, just like we look at it through the lens of students. Do we use it to track? No, we use it to provide supports. We use it to make sure that our actions and our investments of time and energy and support are going in the right direction. I would say the same for our staff as for our students, frankly.
Director Berta? It is the eye contact. That's all you need, and then you're on.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a comment, a reflection, and then a question. My comment is, when you said is Infinite Campus better, and I was like, what is that app that I use to look at my kids? And it is good. I mean, I'm just reflecting as a parent. Like, I can track my daughter's assignments and what's missing and her attendance. I want to show you how good it is later. I'll show you. It's very good. I really use it a lot, almost every day, and I get notifications. So anyways, it's just a comment. And then my reflection is, I feel a real sense of belonging. I started my day with this meeting where this person was talking about what a data geek they were, data nerd, and how almost apologizing for how excited they are about data. And then I went through my day on a bunch of meetings and then here. So I just really appreciate your love for the data and the process. And I teach this graduate class called evidence-based decision making, and I always, every time you present, I'm like, can you come speak to my class? Because our students would just benefit from this real life example. So I think it's just really great to sit here and hear this and your excitement about it. Really, I don't have a ton of questions. I'm really curious about the data architecture, and you mentioned, I can't read it, starting blocks and Ed5. I have a couple of questions about that. So it sounds like Ed5 is a place that, brings in the different systems through the APIs or whatever. But, well, you said two things. So let me ask them both. One, you said this is going to enable us to join the EdFi community and, contribute to the innovation. So I'm wondering what that exactly means, and like how does our data get put into a larger community data? Because there might be some questions, about our data contributing to other data sets.
Certainly, yeah. And so the EdFi data model, or ODS, or online data store, once again, sorry for the acronym, but we love them in IT. And so when we think about the EdFi online data store, it's really a way to think about how we model data. And so if you think about that as a structure or a construct, we put our data into that, and it's a standard, so to speak. So when you think of it that way, we're really just giving innovation and input on the standard, not necessarily saying, here, you can have our data and we're going to share it with you across the EdFi conundrum, so to speak, or all of the folks that are part of that in general. So our interest in this is to be able to model data in a way where we can maybe zoom out a little bit, where we're not looking at super duper private parts of data, but actually looking at it in a conglomerate and looking across other maybe K-12s and things like that at that really zoomed out level, versus sharing specific data that might be private and considered private to Jeffco Public Schools.
Can you explain what a standard is?
Yeah, so the EdFi ODS is really made up of a set of how we store data. So as you're looking at Infinite Campus, using your example, you're really looking at a database full of data. And there's typically people who understand and support Infinite Campus as a system who understand that database and how that database is storing that data. EdFi is a way for us to take that data from one system like Infinite Campus and maybe another system that's a student record system as well, and actually put them together to be in one source and follow what's called the EdFi standard. And so what that allows us to do is to take that standard, and we get to put data inside of there where it all makes hopefully sense in a single record instead of multiple systems, right? And put it together, and we get to train our community on what that standard is. So for example, if we were to ever not use Infinite Campus in the future, okay, that's fine. We can unplug Infinite Campus and we can plug in a new student information system, but that standard stays the same. And the training on that standard stays the same. And the way that we use that standard stays the same with our educators. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe it's actually helpful for my next question, because I'm always curious about where all the data come from. And I get the need for building the architecture, but then there's just like variable matching and unique IDs. And I'm curious how much, I've always like, we all know like how much work are we having to do on the front end or the back end,
Mm-hmm.
whichever. Is there a lot of recoding to meet the standards, and then also to get these things for data harmonization, to get them all to, at the one level? That seems like an enormous hard task, and I'm just wondering how that's playing out. And I'll just ask one other thing. I'm curious if there's like some data dictionary that we can see that shows us, and like in what phases those data sources. I don't know if the behavioral data is one of the first ones, but when these different data sources will be variable matched so that they can all come in and we can see them.
Yeah, to start with your first question about how much work is it taking for us to take these data sources and put it into this data lake, so to speak. It is significant work up front, but once we are able to transform and ingest that data into the lake, it's pretty automated at that point. And again, what we yield on the other side of that is an understandable data model that we can train hopefully once on, and folks can consume that data. And if we do have to change something or retransform something on the back end, hopefully it's just maintaining it at that point. And so yes, there is a boatload of work on the uplift, which is why our implementation partner is helping us fast track there and augmenting our team. And that same team, as I mentioned, is focused on a lot of other initiatives in the student space, especially right now too, like our enrollment period that we just finished through. To get into the I think the specifics of what you're asking about coding is what I would say, and this is more of historical IT comment that I'm going to make here, is these tools that we're using are super modern. And so when I think about 10 years ago, these tools just did not exist. And to your very good point, and I'm sure what you're thinking about is there was a lot of really manual steps to code and to take a piece of data and to put it somewhere to where it's usable, right? And a lot of transformation. And we're lucky that we are in an age and time where we're able to use some more modern tools in this space. And we're very lucky that our partner, Education Analytics, as I described prior, is really helping us use modern tools that are low code, no code, I would say, overall. And so what that means is there's not a ton of manual coding to do this. And we hope that one-to-many technical staff can really utilize these modern tools as a tool set, so we're able to continue to run this operational service for years to come.
I promise this is my last question. It's almost because this is fun to ask. So there's so many other things to do. But so like if there's raw data and if there's like a score run or an algorithm that takes something, up to another level, then is the analysis happening in the dashboard, or does your team? Maybe I should ask them to does your team create the metrics and run the algorithms and then it feeds it in?
Yeah, and so I honestly can't answer that question at that level. Is that something that if you have a really interested in kind of connecting with us on how this all works, is that something I could take offline and we can get back to you on? Because we would love to geek out with you.
Yeah, because I was just wondering, if we're creating like a behavior metric or scale, if that's a scale that, where we're doing the analysis on the data. So. Yeah, it's definitely too in the weeds. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Thanks for the questions.
Thank you. Dr. Parker?
This is very exciting. It looks wonderful. My question is, we have a partner helping us with implementation, and then we can be part of the EdFi, universe. At the end of the project, which I know it never really ends, do we own it? Are we the ones who are maintaining it? We could customize it, change it, do everything we would want.
Yes, absolutely. And so this is when we speak about this structure and this operational data store and the tools, yes, we absolutely own the modern instance of this. It's our data in the systems that we support now, and this is another rendition of that. And so our partner, while they're helping augment our staff and that initial uplift that I just talked about, will hand us the keys over to the Ferrari someday, so to speak, to us, and we will transition to operational service that we will have fully supported with the service level agreement attached.
Okay. But again, I've had conversations before about you just want to flip a switch. Somebody just wants to reverse something, but you can't do it unless the vendor decides enough people want it. We could change anything.
Yeah, it's a great question. And so Education Analytics, the partner that I spoke about, is a neutral vendor, not associated with a product. And so they are neutral in the sense that, they understand the EdFi ODS that I talked about, but they don't own it. They understand the architecture that we're built on, our cloud infrastructure, our modern tools, but they don't own those things. We will own all of that as a data store once we are able to say goodbye to that neutral party. Great question.
All right, and I know that we're running a little bit behind, so I'll ask a couple questions, and then I think this will be an iterative conversation as this comes back to the board. One thing I just wanted to create a connection with is that, it's been almost 2 years now, but when Superintendent Dorland asked for that review of academic functions to happen, just to point out that this is one piece of that. The findings of that report was around our data culture and how we are or are not able to really utilize that for system improvement. So I appreciate that we are seeing some of this come to us, and we'll continue to see, especially with the input of TDPAC and our school-based leaders and of the JCEA, all of these groups, to really make it functional as we're meeting these big goals for Jeffco Thrives. So I have a couple of questions. So one is, I know we saw on the last slide before this one, some of the requests that will be coming to the board soon. My question is it anticipated, what is the anticipated ongoing cost for maintaining the system outside of these requests that will be coming to us? Because what I don't want to have happen is that we stop investing in something and then it becomes irrelevant after a whole big heavy lift has happened.
Yeah, I think this is a great question. So as we continue to take over that product from our vendor, and once again we say goodbye to that partner at some point in time, and we transition to the operational service that I spoke of, what our anticipated ongoing costs would be is really licensure of the tool and tools that are in use, and really just the cost of those services and the transactional flow of data between, which has an associated cost with it. And I don't have any estimates with me today. It's something I can take offline and certainly get back to you on. But more importantly, the people behind the tool are also part of that cost, so to speak, as well. And one of the things that I mentioned in a answer that I just gave a few minutes ago was that these are modern, common tool sets that we're looking forward to developing the skill sets on, which we hope we're able to continue to keep staffed overall. And so it's important that we have people who we're able to hire in the marketplace that can develop these skills that are common, and to be able to keep that staff to keep the lights on across our district. Yeah.
I appreciate that. And I think it's important for the board to continue to get updates around that so that we can be good decision makers in terms of allocating, even if it's below the $500,000 that ends up coming to the board. Because if it's something we're investing a lot of time and energy into, and it's an important tool for our district to be able to use, and I want to make sure that that's top of mind as we move forward. I'll wait with that one. So the last thing I'll say, in the interest of time, is one piece that you mentioned before around the standards that I followed most of. But what I'm wondering is that connection between those standards and sort of data integrity and some of the conversations we've had around privacy and the concerns that have been brought up around, how is data used? Do those standards provide some of that foundation where we're adhering to that as a sort of best practice around some of those issues of data privacy and integrity and stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a wonderful question. So as we think about putting our data in a common data model, or what we call the EdFi operational data store, what we're able to see right away is where we have data integrity issues. So right away you can see, say, Bear Creek High School and data about Bear Creek High School. And then you could look across and you could look at another high school in comparison, and you can start to see, wow, this data looks really, really different. What's wrong with it? And so that's going to drive some conversations about how we are entering data into the system at maybe our school levels, so to speak. And it's going to allow us to really look under the covers, so to speak, at the integrity of that data. So for example, if we're entering in attendance data at a certain point in time or a certain point in the day, or maybe we're waiting a few days before we do that, we'll be able to see that right away when we think of real-time dashboards. So great question. And yes, absolutely. It will help us. It will lead us to water to be able to start thinking about data integrity and the integrity of our data in our systems.
I think that's really helpful clarity. And the other thing I want to reiterate is just the fact that, in today's world, we live in a data-rich environment. There's data all over the place. And I just want to acknowledge Chris Paschke and his team and the incredible work that they have done in Jeffco to be leaders in data privacy, and how serious we take that issue in Jeffco, and how much I value it as well. I also just want to reiterate that because the data is out there and it is in many different systems or programs that we might be collecting it into, survey platforms, student data information system platforms, et cetera, assessment platforms. I think in many ways, and Mr. Paschke and Mr. Mays, please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Ibeck, but in many ways, I believe that this project is shoring up our oversight and ability to see across many places with different data sets and ensure privacy and make sure that it aligns to standards, and develop rules and regulations around who gets access to it and who doesn't. And so I just want to say that I do think we are a leader in this area. I'm very grateful for the leadership that our IT team has provided in this space. And I believe this project is actually an opportunity for us to ensure that we are as modern as we can be in terms of data integrity and data privacy for all of the different data sources that we have in many different systems at this time. Is that an accurate sort of belief about this project? And would you agree that that's somewhat of part of the benefit of us moving this forward?
I'll jump in. I would say yes. At the core of data governance is trust. Can you trust the data to be representative and useful? Can you trust that the data is in the hands of those who need it and not others? And can you trust whether or not those who have it are doing the right things with it? And so the governance aspect of it is foundational to that. And, Chris, Jill, and team have taken that very seriously, and they are digging into this in a way that will allow them to create that structure, that governance structure that you mentioned, and really bolster the trust level for not only internal constituencies, but external constituencies, where, parents like myself will know that, hey, they have their ducks in a row. They understand how to handle data. They understand what the impacts of that data being released into an ecosystem where it shouldn't be, and they are diligent about it. So, yeah, you're definitely on the right path.
And that's why we're taking such a measured approach, right? To think about what do school leaders need access to and when, and then to build a progressive governance model around that. As we add more users and more data owners to the system, that governance problem does become more complex, and we want to grow our governance with the system. So that'll be very important to the success of the system.
And thank goodness we have TDPAC to continue to do this with, because they are experts in this space and I think are great advisors to us. And we will continue to work with them and also report back to our board about our governance structure as it evolves and matures.
Great, thank you. The last thing I'll just say, I think we have heard a clear interest from, a clear excitement, and also a clear interest from the board around ensuring that we're communicating with families and with community members in a way that's really clear about all of this amazing work. So for anyone, I can't imagine who is not watching this study session right now, but for anyone that has not heard all of this that has been happening, I don't know where that lives in terms of on the district website and communicating with parents and in the instruction, wherever it needs to live. I think we need to do a really good job of communicating how intentional this work has been around student privacy, because it is a concern. We hear about it from parents. I hear about it from my own inner monologue as a parent. So however we can make that happen, there's a very strong interest of the board to make that happen, Tim. Thank you all so much for your work, and we look forward to hearing more about this as it moves forward. All right. Board members, are you okay if we roll on to the next topic? Okay, great. So we will go on to 2.02. As board members and our listening audience may remember, in February, the Jefferson County Education Association delivered its annual update to the Board of Education. As a follow-up to that presentation, district staff will recap some of the interests presented by JCEA, share the district's interests, and interests shared by both JCEA and the district are shared interests. The district will also provide an update about a recent training attended by both JCEA and the district's negotiating teams. This information is provided for future board decision-making related to the 23-24 JCEA agreement with the district. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to add before we turn it over to our friends?
Yes, thank you, President Schooley. That right this time. As you know, we are making efforts this year to ensure a productive, collaborative process for negotiations with our JESPA and JCEA colleagues and partners. The purpose of this next agenda item is to update the board about the work we are doing, in particular with JCEA, to help with successful and collaborative negotiations this spring, and for you to meet our negotiations team as a district, which I'm very excited about this year. And with that, I will hand it over to Dr. Kim.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland, and thank you, President Schooley. I, too, am really excited. This is an amazing team of people, and they've already jumped in with both feet and done so much work. So I want to recognize Obviously, our leadership, Phil Bedford, thank you for leading our team. Liza Meyer, who is representing student success. Amanda Perazio from school leadership. Monica Nurenburn from professional learning. And we have a couple of folks that aren't with us this evening. Krista Wilson, one of our principals at Columbine Hills, who is at school at an event this evening and can't join us. And Jessica Garza, who is also at conferences this evening at her school, who is the principal of Jefferson Junior Senior. And I just want to say a huge thank you to this team. They not only show up and are a part of our negotiations each and every week, but they meet 2 days before and the day after to make sure that we're utilizing folks' time well. We're being very thoughtful. We're doing our homework. We're looking at our data, and we're really showing up to be good partners with JCEA. So thank you, team. So what we wanted to give you in terms of an overview is we started out last week with a gentleman by the name of John Weathers, who is our facilitator. And Phil, you're going to have to help me with that acronym. Once again, our fun acronyms. FMCS is Federal Mediators and Conciliation Services. Say that 3 times fast, would you? So John joined us and certainly gave us the opportunity to get to know each other, get to know the members of the team from JCEA as well as our own team. We discussed a number of models of how we would approach negotiations, from pure interest-based bargaining to traditional to, are we going to take a hybrid approach? And really the interest of both the district and JCEA was really to look at a more collaborative approach to the work. Coming together, having conversations around what articles are we going to discuss, what problems exist within the language that exists as we live them each and every day, how would we solve those problems, and then discussing it, truly having a dialogue where mics are open and we go back and forth and we listen to one another and find out, how is this not working for you? How is this not working for us in terms of leadership? And then from there, sort of deciding among us all who's going to take that article and work on the language based on what everyone talked about, and then come back to the table and have that discussion and dialogue going back and forth. And, you know, we started that process with norms in the very first meeting. And in fact, Lisa Elliott and I worked on those on Saturday. Monica worked on them on Saturday. We went back and forth and had conversations so that we could make sure that they were supportive of how we wanted to do the work and the value set that both of our teams brought to the table. So we've started on a strong footing as far as that goes. We've certainly made commitments. Part of what they asked was that we come to the table with an intent to listen, to also speak our truth, and to work together. And I feel like we've built a solid foundation with that, and they have as well. Our JCEA team has as well. As we brought to you, as JCEA brought to you last month, their articles that they were interested in opening, we certainly followed up about 2 days later and shared with them our articles of interest, which are Article 10, which is all around collaboration and shared leadership, and Article 24, elementary visual arts, music, and PE or AMP. We really have an interest in working on those articles, looking at building capacity of our leaders and our teacher leaders around collaboration and problem solving, looking at providing supports and structures that strengthen both culture and relationships. One of the things that we recognize is there's some very vague language in that collaboration and shared leadership article, and really looking at how can we work together to solve problems in real time in each of our different sites, whether it's a school site or whether it's a department site, and do that collaboratively in a way that helps us to not only build trust, but build that thriving culture that Superintendent Dorland has talked about. As far as art, music, and PE, many of you have had interest, and we've discussed that over time. One of the things that was really a nice element that we saw as a team with the ROFS work that got done when the team came together to do AMP pairings, one of the things that we saw was we now only have 10 instances of shared pairings, which is certainly a reduction from previous. And we have interest in continuing to work on that, because we do know that that's something that both JCEA and we have an interest in, certainly providing some stability in our schools in terms of art, music, and PE, providing support for students to not only learn in a thriving environment, but enrichment pieces, and to provide support for our staff around PLC time, data-driven instructional decision-making and planning. So all of those pieces will be a part of our discussion and our work around Article 24. Would you add anything to that? Yes, please.
Sorry. So I just want to reiterate and maybe add on to what Dr. Kim said about elementary art, music, and PE. For me, it's also about the value that an art, music, or PE teacher, all three, provide to a school community and the culture in that building. We all can remember when we were young or when our kids were young, and in third grade, you got to do this program for the winter play, right? Or the way that the fifth graders got some sort of leadership role in field day that spring of their fifth grade year because that PE teacher contributed in a way that was aligned to their vision for what was best for kids. And they had that teacher for 5 or 6 years, and so I just feel that out of respect and value for our art, music, and PE teachers and what they bring to a school community, we've got to figure out a way for us to provide more stability for the staffing model in that arena. Because what happens is, and maybe I'm passionate about this because this was my kids' experience, was a constant churn because we had like a 0.2 or something, I can't remember, in their elementary school. So I just have some interest in finding some stability in staffing model more than we've been able to in the last few years. I do think that the increase in enrollment in some of our schools is going to help with that. But in addition to teacher time and just not having teachers be split as much as they have been, I want to acknowledge that I think it's also really beneficial for our art, music, and PE teachers because they contribute so much to our school cultures.
Thank you.
And the extraordinary student experience.
Absolutely. So those are the two articles that we put into our letter in our communication with JCEA. As JCEA shared with you, we have common interest articles, which we always look at Article 17 around compensation and benefits. Article 15 speaks to temporary contracts. And there are temporary contracts that get used quite a bit in our system as a part of the cycle after mid-July. If someone is hired, it's a temporary contract and it's a 1 year and there's not a commitment beyond that. And recognizing that at times that can certainly be a challenge for an educator if we want to recruit and retain quality staff. We want to make sure that we make commitments that keep folks in our system and we continue to build their skill set. And so those temporary contracts only provide that commitment for the 1 year. And so looking at that and asking the question is that, how does that serve us? When does that serve us? What should that date be? And having that conversation. And JCEA has interest in that, and so do we. Article 17, beyond the compensation and benefits, it also speaks to service credit years, which is around how many years can an employee bring into the system as a new employee. If they are a veteran teacher that comes into our system, right now the language within our contract says that they will only be given up to 8 years of credit. So if they have 15 years of teaching experience or 18 years of teaching experience, they're going to get 8. And that can serve to be a hamstring situation for us in that it can prohibit us from getting some really quality master teachers if they feel like they're not going to get compensated at the level that they were in the system that they were coming from. So they want to talk about that, and so do we. As far as coach and activity stipends, JCEA has brought that to the table, recognizing that we haven't really modified that to meet market. We haven't necessarily moved that up in terms of compensation competitiveness, and they want to have that conversation. And then retiree pay. One of the discussions that we had this year was recognizing that if someone retires and leaves the system and they choose to come back and help us because we have a vacancy that we can't fill, making sure that they get to return to the system at the rate of pay that they got when they left the system. And certainly seeing that is not a part of our current language. And so having that conversation as well. Looking at Article 19 in terms of grievances, certainly that ties to some of the work we want to do in Article 10, really looking at, can we solve some of our challenges at the lowest level? Can we build not only culture and build relationships and work together in problem solving in collaborative ways, but certainly that can help us in terms of that grievance process and making sure that those are things that really we can't solve at a local level or at a school level. And so the conversation there will be productive as well. And then mental health and safety MOU, you heard JCEA speak to you last month about making sure that we are supporting and resourcing our staff who work with some of our most vulnerable and our most at-risk population, and make sure that we're doing that well. And Liza's been very, very instrumental in doing that work and working with a committee of folks. So that will be a good conversation for us also. JCEA brought forward the Articles 5 and 8, 5 being time management, looking at planning time, looking at certainly the days before the start of the school year, any additional days for certain positions that we need to be a part of, whether it's professional learning, planning, et cetera. And then Article 8, licensed educators, resources, and class size, caseload. So we are beginning tomorrow with Articles 5 and 10 as our first discussion and our first collaborative work together. And we've done a significant amount of work as a team. One of the things, just so you know how we're approaching this very differently, first and foremost, our principals that are on our team have reached out to all of their colleagues to solicit input on help us understand how this lives and breathes in your building and what would you change if you could change it, so that we could get that context. Our JCEA friends have done the same. And certainly our team up here, for example, Monica reaches out to all of the teaching and learning team to really get context of what do we need, what would we change if we could, looking through the lens of how do we make sure that we improve that extraordinary student experience. Amanda and I spent a significant amount of time together the other day really looking at schedules, mapping out schedules and mapping out and looking at time so that we know exactly what resources we have to work with. And certainly our team worked together yesterday to bring together not only a Google document for each of those articles, but all of the various comments that the stakeholders have given us so that we can be sure it's not just our voices in the process, but it's collectively the people that we represent at the table. So that's really a different way of coming to the table that I really appreciate, because it takes the energy and it takes the time of all of these people sitting here. So I want to publicly say thank you to them too. And that's our presentation, and we're certainly welcome any questions that folks have or comments.
Great. All right. Board members, questions or comments? Director Reed?
So again, thank you all so very much. We were talking earlier about budget, or at least with Superintendent Dorland, between the two of us, and the fact that because Jeffco doesn't get paid per student the way that Boulder does or the way that Denver does, we'll probably never be at the top of the pack in pay. But I think that having genuinely respectful and collaborative relationships with our associations and really working together and not having that adversarial model creates the kind of environment that is going to attract phenomenal teachers. And so I commend this work. I cannot tell you how important I believe that it is. And I'm excited to hear about the approaches that we're taking. My understanding is that we've also already done some work in terms of sharing vital data. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about that.
Thank you for that, Director Reed. You're right. And I forgot there's one really, really important person to thank in all of this, and that's Brenna Copeland, our CFO. Brenna has spent some considerable time walking through and having conversations and doing just information sessions, answering questions, and walking through our budgeting process and our SBB model, and really working with JCEA to give them information around what are we expecting in terms of revenue and what's happening at the legislation level, and where are we going and how have we built our models, and what did we commit last year in terms of resources toward compensation, and what does that do now? Where are we now with our ending fund balance, and what did that do reserve wise, and really walking through and how do we know and how did we tighten things up. And she did an incredible job engaging with folks in just a dialogue around making sure that folks understood where our numbers come from, how to answer questions about how we got there, what we've done to really make sure that we've been thoughtful about giving them information and then walking through the SBB model. So a huge thank you to Brenna, because she did spend a considerable amount of time with our friends at JCEA as well.
Any other questions, comments? Dr. Miller?
Thank you for the overview that you're providing. I do want to emphasize the mental health and the safety MOU. And the more information that we can have, I know that the schools have had challenging times over the past number of years. And I want to make sure our teachers feel safe in their rooms, that when they call, somebody is there for them, that there is somebody that is aware of the challenges that they're facing on a daily basis. And some kiddos are coming back into the classrooms again that are challenging. And that, to me, is something we really need to dig deep on. And so I'm not exactly sure where you all are going with that discussion, but that's really, I think, that's a focus for me. I'm sure it is for everybody else, the safety for our teachers in the classrooms, but that would be interest where you guys are going with that, as well as mental health, because we know that there are challenges that they're facing every day that they didn't necessarily face 5 years ago. And so how we are supporting them in that space, I'd be interested, as you guys develop that, to have more information about that, how we're supporting our teachers in that space. And then the other question I had was, we have heard from the legislature that they're doing this 9-state negotiation with teachers being able to come from one state to another, and that Colorado is one of those states that's a part of that package. And so tying that with where teachers are able to come in to Colorado, so 8 years, if they have 15 or 18 years coming in from Idaho, then I think we need to be honoring that work. And so how we tie our position with the teachers and with what the legislature is trying to do so that we have sustainability with our employee flow, I think is really important. And so that's an area that I would really like to tie or watch how the legislature does that. And then how do we make sure that we provide those opportunities for the teachers that are coming into our state, that we are compensating them because we need them to be wanting to work with us. So that's all my question. And then just kind of piggybacking on your point about Brenna, talking with them about what our financial situation is and how we right size, because we're not going to be able to keep the same level employee levels when we're down to a smaller number of students that we are serving. So that's just something we're going to have to be thinking about thoughtfully over the next year budget cycle. So thank you.
I was writing a note to myself. We can also ask specifically for Mr. Bowditch, lobbyist, when I think he's here next week with us. So I was writing a note to follow up with him so that he can give us some more specifics around that. And then obviously the tie-in here. Other questions or comments? Good. You don't have to. I'm just, All right, Director Parker.
I'm just wondering, throughout this past year, we've had a presentation and I've heard from different people about substitute pay or guest teacher pay. Is that anywhere in here? Is that part of negotiations, or does the district just decide what we can afford?
We have the autonomy to determine our sub rates, so it's not a part of the negotiated agreement.
And in addition to that, I do think it's something that's on our list of possible investments. But as you know, we're also working on a plan to reduce our deficit spend. So we haven't quite gotten to what do we add back in some of these arenas. So we'll have more information for you all in April around some of our expectations around the bottom line, given what's going on at the state, and some of these additional investments that we may want to think about.
I would also remind us that we did make a decision with ESSER investments, if you remember, that we presented to you to increase our substitute daily pay to try to be more competitive and attract substitutes so that we could fill those vacancies this year. We also did it last year. We decided to continue that through this year utilizing ESSER dollars.
All right. Any other questions or comments before we say thank you? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. I'm going to ask that we can take a quick 5-minute break before we begin a discussion about Fletcher Miller and invite our next group of presenters. So we will return here in about 5 minutes and start our next agenda item. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get rolling with our next agenda item, which is an item that I know this board is particularly excited to hear about and has a strong interest in, which is the Capital Improvement Program investment in Fletcher Miller School. I want to recognize the members of the board recently toured Fletcher Miller in advance of this presentation. Our topic this evening will be presented by Matt Player, Chief Student Success Officer, and David Supas, Interim Chief Operations Officer, and we can introduce our other guests as well, for the purpose of providing the board with information about a design advisory process for Fletcher Miller that is direct the superintendent to commence in the fall of 2022. This presentation is an opportunity for the board to receive information and engage in a discussion around the capital improvement program options being explored by the design advisory group. There are no immediate consent agenda items for the board's approval, but we are excited to hear about progress to date. Before I turn it over, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to add?
In the interest of time, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Polero, but I have to say that I'm as excited, if not more excited, than board members to have you hear about this update and this presentation. And thank you to all of the Design Advisory Group members who put in the incredible amount of time, who are incredibly passionate about our school, and I'm just really excited. Mr. Polero.
All right. Good evening, President Schooley, Superintendent Dorland, distinguished members of our board. For the public listening, I'm Matt Player, your Chief Student Success Officer, and facilitating with me this evening are...
I am Julie Osborne. I'm the principal at Fletcher Miller.
Tim Reed, Executive Director of Facilities and Construction Management.
And David Supas, Interim COO.
All right, and we are excited to provide the board an update on the design requirements that would best serve the needs of our students at Fletcher Miller. This will include a brief summary of the school's vision, current conditions and needs, a rundown of the design process and outcomes, a recap of potential options for us to explore, and also factors that we should be taking into consideration as we decide how to proceed. But before we get into our presentation, I know Superintendent Dorland has already said thank you, but I just want to acknowledge the incredible staff behind me who put in the time and effort into this design that we're going to present to you this evening. I also just want to give a special thanks to the Design Advisory Group, including our design firm DLR Group. So thank you so much. I know the people at this table are very excited to represent your incredible work this evening. With that said, I'm going to hand this over to an amazing principal, Julie Osborne, who is going to tell us a little bit about a special school in our district called Fletcher Miller.
Thanks, Matt. First, I just want to say thank you to the Board of Education and Superintendent Dorland for this opportunity. And that's on behalf of all our students, our staff, and our community. And what my role is, I think, is really just to paint a picture of what our school does and who we serve, and then some of the needs of our school. So if I'm rambling, like, tap me, let me know.
I got you.
Perfect. All right. So again, Fletcher Miller is a public school, and we are on the special ed district's continuum of special ed services. Students get to our school through the IEP process. And our goal, obviously, is to give students the skills they need so that they can transition to a lesser restrictive environment. And we also know that we have some students that spend their career at Fletcher Miller. I'm going to go to the next slide. See, I told you, Matt. So we do serve students preschool through age 21. Right now we have 98 students, and we have multiple programs on our campus. We have an integrated preschool that has an AM and PM session, and that runs like a traditional early childhood program. We have a separate preschool which really serves students that need smaller, intense services. But again, there's an AM and PM session. It's staffed. Typically, we want to keep that about 2 students to 1 adult, just based on the needs of kids in that classroom. Our kindergarten through 12th grade program has a modified curriculum, but we work on math, literacy, social studies, science. We have a great AMP program at our school, and kids get to participate in lots of different pieces throughout their day. We have Girl Scouts. We've got lots of other activities. We try to make it as enriching experience as we can. I wanted to give you a few numbers about our students just to help kind of paint a picture about what makes our setting a little different than a typical neighborhood school. About 60% of our kids are in wheelchairs or use some kind of assistive device to maneuver the building. Many of them require adult support with that because they're not independent yet. Obviously, lower grades, so preschool, that's a fewer percentage of kids in wheelchairs, but as students, as our population is older, there's more percentage of kids that are in wheelchairs and need that support. Over 90% of our students require adult support to have their hygiene, nutritional, and medical needs and supervision needs met during the day. Over half our students have seizure disorders requiring specific interventions and supervision and continuous monitoring. Over half of our students require medical delegated care to meet their nutritional needs. Our students have varying levels of medical needs that require specialized equipment. I would say even their communication needs specialized equipment, their learning needs specialized equipment is all built into their day. Finally, two other things. 100% of our kids, kindergarten through age 21, require assistive technology to communicate, access classroom programming, and participate in school day activities. Finally, 54 of our students do ride the bus, and that's across 14 different routes. We do serve kids as far west, south, and north as our district goes as well. Just like other schools, our instructional focus, our goal is to provide an extraordinary student experience and instructional excellence for our students. And it really manifests itself in these areas: communication and literacy, environmental access, advocacy and independence, functional academics, and leisure activities. Within our environment, we use the grounds, we use all areas of our building. A hallway a lot of times is an instructional area. The kitchen's an instructional area. Art, music, PE, all of those things tie back to those 5 instructional focus areas. So our people, our strength couldn't ring more true for a building in the district, I don't think. We couldn't serve kids if we didn't have the expertise and the collaboration that we have in our building. Right now we have about 77 folks that serve our kids, and that breaks across the different areas up there. We have teachers, nurses, physical therapists, occupational therapists, speech therapists. Our paraeducators are the backbone of our building. Couldn't do the daily work without them. We have some contracted positions, instructional coaches, school administrators, office and facility support staff. And with that, all of those people need the resources to do their work. And they also work collaboratively with one another. They work within their departmental teams. They work across, they work individually. They've got assessments and programming and all of those things. So it's pretty intricate, the work they do and the expertise they bring for kids. And I wanted to touch on a few of our values and some of the things that we just kind of are ways that we operate. Typically, we like to have a student to staff ratio of 2 to 1 or 3 to 2, and that really is based on the needs of the kids. It's so that they can have a way to access and interact as independently as possible, but also have the support so they can be engaged in activities. We focus on authentic and engaging instruction. We want experiential learning. We want the learning to happen in as natural of an environment as it can so that it can be easily generalized. Like I touched on earlier, our staff work very closely with one another, and instruction is happening in classrooms, sometimes in isolation, but as quickly as that skill can be transitioned and generalized to the classroom, that's always our goal. Kids do have some intensive therapy needs, and then at the core of our beliefs is every kid, every day. So before I kind of go into what we see as needs, I'm wondering if you could just take a moment and reflect on the time when you visited Fletcher Miller, what your experience was, what did you notice about our environment, what did you see maybe as needs and as challenges, and then I'll talk more.
Well, or you want our responses, or what's the?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, I can say over the past 3 years, from going to graduations and the very first COVID graduation was your graduation that I went to. And the honoring of those children that struggle each day. They were raised up and their families were raised up, and the work that you all do is amazing. When we walked the building, everything from the gymnasium last year, I think Dr. Kim and I went to the graduation last year. There are definitely needs. You can see that our children in Fletcher Miller, I believe, are our most vulnerable population in Jefferson County. And I believe they deserve great learning experiences. And I think just sitting in that gym, we realized maybe that's not the best learning experience for children with athletic needs, et cetera. I think walking the building with our other board directors, we could see wheelchairs were in the hallways. There wasn't the space to flow. It was confusing, pod here, pod there. And I know it was state of the art, I believe, and it was built how many years ago?
1963.
1963. Yeah, that was I can't remember the songs that were available then, but I think we've come a long way from that. And I think DLR has a state-of-the-art design that I think our kids really deserve. And just walking through that building, even walking into classrooms that were in need of light switches that could be changed or calming spaces. I've walked through other buildings that serve vulnerable children as well in other districts, and we're behind. And so my reflection is we could do much better for our children. They deserve much better. And so I'm a huge proponent of building a great school that our children will thrive. So that's my reflection on the walk that we took.
We can go around. Go ahead. I'm like, I think we're good. Go ahead.
So I would second all of that. And the other two things that I really carried with me, one is concern for the safety. When you may potentially have to evacuate students and you have hallways full of equipment and children who are in wheelchairs. And I definitely was struck by concerns for their safety. And the other, as we talked about, their hygiene needs and balancing that with their need for dignity, which is a basic human need. And the facilities are not really adequate to take care of all of that. And that is something that I think we need to work on as well.
I also ditto what's been said already, but I did notice there was a backup at the bathroom. And so I'm hoping when we have a new facility that we'll have more options in that respect. And also, in addition to the crowded hallways, some of the classrooms there had no storage places to put things. So I just felt like the kids in the wheelchairs and with all the equipment that they had just for their own needs, there wasn't enough space in my mind to, just enjoy the classroom like I hope and think they should. But I also want to say the staff was amazing. It was so clear that they had wonderful relationships with the students. And so in spite of the conditions that are definitely not ideal, I think the kids were really doing well there. So thank you.
To add to that, but I did want to say thank you to all the staff who are here, and it was the same kind of smiles and presence that we saw when we were there as well. So I don't really have any new observations to add, but thank you for having us in your building.
Thanks. I would say that the things that you noted are things that that our DAG brought up as well. Obviously, safety and optimizing instruction and maximizing instruction, those are our highest needs and highest concerns in the school. As we look at things that we could benefit from in a building, wide hallways, doors, and bathrooms, our kids in wheelchairs, it's not the run-of-the-mill wheelchair. I mean, these kids have some pretty big systems that support them, and we need to be able to maneuver safely in hallways and into classrooms. So bigger classrooms, a lot of work. Sometimes I was in a classroom today that in addition to the students, the paras, and the teacher, there was also an occupational therapist and a speech therapist, and then Creighton kids came over. And so it's great, but it gets tight quarters quickly. So big classrooms are important. Again, you guys mentioned the space for storage, and it's got to be closely accessible to our classrooms. Reliable HVAC. We have kids that have medical needs that are tied to temperature and not being able to control their own temperature. And so with that, we've got to have a cool building when it's hot out and a warm building when it's cold out. Again, medical services, we've got a great clinic. It's not real close to our classes. And there are days when, honestly, if there's a stat call, people are hustling to the back end of the building so that they can take care of kids. Again, the building is difficult to navigate. I'd say our kids figure it out faster than new adults in the building. But we want to be able to aid student navigation and independence as best we can. And again, you mentioned the bathrooms and hygiene areas, and we do want to provide a space that treats our students with dignity and respect at probably what's their most vulnerable time of their day. And again, we serve kids all over the district, so a central location is ideal for the school.
Well, that pretty much sums it up. So I think we're all done here. I'm just kidding. So I'm going to walk you through what our process looked like from point A to point B to arrive at kind of what we see as the optimal design. So as you look at this graph, our committee engaged in a design process led by our design firm DLR Group that spanned multiple weeks, with the first phase of the process focusing on programming needs and the second part of the process focusing on feasibility. So during the programming phase, the design process kicked off with having our staff and our design advisory group take a virtual tour of 2 schools who serve students with similar needs, I believe in Texas and also Nebraska. And the purpose of that was really to get them to start thinking and imagining what could be for Fletcher Miller in consideration of our Fletcher Miller students. From there, our DLR group led a process where they did small group stakeholder engagement interviews. They toured the facility. They observed classrooms and activities take place throughout the building at all grade levels and throughout all programs, really to get an idea of what a day in the life of a Miller student, staff member, and family experiences throughout. And then that really allowed them to lead our design advisory group through the process of identifying a shared vision, some project goals, and an optimal design that I'll share with you shortly. Moving into the feasibility phase of the process, district leadership at this point discussed potential options that could be used for the design recommended by the design advisory group. We evaluated the design for potential cost savings using a must-have versus nice-to-have protocol. And we put together preliminary construction cost estimates based on the outcomes of those conversations and process, which we'll also share with you today. So as I mentioned, the first phase of the design process focused on programming needs. And as a part of this process, the committee developed goals that they hope to achieve with a new design. And so those goals for the facility include maximizing learning time by decreasing time spent on personal care and travel between spaces, creating a fun and welcoming environment that reflects Miller's culture as a family and community, developing spaces that integrates family and community involvement, providing a variety of spaces that support the wide range of needs that we address and serve at Miller, creating an environment that supports educators and care providers in meeting the diverse needs, taking into consideration the future shifts in operations, so being prepared to not only serve the students we have today, but the students we'll have tomorrow and well into the future. In addition, this team also identified critical programming adjacencies or where various programs and classrooms should be located in proximity to each other to best meet the needs of our students and to achieve those goals that I mentioned to you. So on the left, you can see a list or summary of all the programs that make up Miller. And on the right, you can see the list of programming adjacencies, relationships that we said are necessary to best meet the needs of our students and to achieve those goals. So for example, you might have noticed on your tour that our Lighthouse program is currently housed in a modular. Our new design incorporates Lighthouse into the actual broader school community. It also, because Lighthouse serves older aged students, we have them separate from our preschool. So you'll see that in the design diagram. Julie mentioned that the clinic is currently located at the front of the school. The clinic is somewhat the heart of the school. It is a highly trafficked area, so we put it in the middle of the school to minimize the amount of time that it takes students to transition, which then allows us to get them back into the classroom to maximize instructional time that they are otherwise missing out on currently. And we'll talk through some of the other adjacencies, but to give you an idea. So taking all of this into consideration, the DAG came up with an optimal design for a future Fletcher Miller school. And as you can see in the diagram, we've incorporated all of the critical program adjacencies necessary to serve our kids. In addition, other needs that the DAG identified were also incorporated into the design, some of which you can see on this diagram and some of which you cannot. So for example, you can see that each learning cohort or space includes a support space. The support space is intended to be a multi-purpose room that allows for flexible learning, such as co-teaching. It allows us to conduct evaluations, provide intervention and related services in a one-on-one situation or a small group situation where students have similar needs. It also serves as a collaborative space for educators and families, and a space that could be utilized for personal care or nursing care services that we could address more quickly within the classroom, while I think you mentioned, Paula, maintaining students' dignity and privacy. Something you can't see in this diagram that's equally important are the other architectural requirements that are essential. So for example, the corridors and circulation paths will be wide enough for the mobility devices today, and again, the mobility devices in the future, to be able to pass each other in the hallway when there's opposing traffic. We also plan to minimize sharp angles, avoid lots of curves, and have handrails throughout the building to support students in independent wayfinding, which is a fancy term in special education, but essentially what it means is helping students learn how to navigate their physical space using the physical environment around them. A lot of our students at Miller have visual impairments, and that requires orientation and mobility training. So these types of features, as you can see, it's kind of a circular path, make it much more easy to navigate the school and learn the layout of the school when you have visual impairment, as compared to our current school that you toured. Also, the spaces are designed with acoustics in mind to avoid creating loud, echoing sounds, which sometimes can lead to overstimulation or disruptions to the learning environment. We'll have finishes that are easy to clean and made of high-impact restraint materials for students who are operating mobility devices. As kids are first learning how to use those, sometimes they have bumps into walls and things like that. So we want to make sure that those services are well protected, and more importantly, that our students are safe as they're navigating their potential new school. And I'm hoping to get some cheers out of this one, but we also want to make sure that our teachers and students have adequate storage for all the instructional materials, assistive technology, and equipment. No more storing things in the hallway. It most certainly is a safety hazard for our students and our families and our staff. We're also going to incorporate what we're referring to as a peace center, which is not something that you can see in this diagram, but essentially it's a space within the classroom that allows students to rest, receive personal or nursing care services, or even recover from a seizure, while at the same time maintaining their dignity and privacy. And these are not things that necessarily students have to go down to the clinic for if we have something like a peace center. So again, once they're recovered and ready to return to learning, their classroom is just right there. So that's not something that you see in this diagram. Last but not least, we'll certainly have much more facilities, I should say bathroom facilities for toileting and changing. Again, right now students come up to the clinic or they use the restrooms, which are somewhat in the middle of the school. There's often some wait time involved with that, so we'll be more efficiently able and effectively able to meet those needs more quickly and get kids back to class. Thinking about the outside of the school, so I think Julie mentioned we have about 12 school buses. They certainly at this point in time kind of share the space with the drop off and go for parents. We would like to separate those, and we'd also like to provide a canopy for the bus lane. The reason for the canopy is a lot of our students have special equipment, and so we're using a lift to get them off the bus, which takes several seconds up to several minutes, and then it's waiting on our staff to be able to come take students in one by one or two at a time. And so often we have students who are exposed to the elements a little bit longer than we'd like them to be able to. So a canopy would certainly help with some of that piece. And then the playground, we would like to increase kind of the spacing of the playground to make it more wheelchair accessible than it currently is, so that our students can actually enjoy playing out on their playground. So at this time, we are assuming 3 potential options for a future Fletcher Miller. The first option would be building a new school, and we would plan to do that adjacent to the current school. The second option would be renovating the current school and adding on to it to get to the square footage that we would need for the optimal design. And then the third scenario would be renovating another district facility, which would require relocating Fletcher Miller to another location from where it's currently housed. Now, as Julie mentioned, we want the Miller program to remain centrally. So just to give you an idea of the preferred vicinity or range that we were looking at, it would be no further than West 44th and Kipling in terms of north, and no further south than Kipling and Florida, if we were to move forward with that type of scenario. Now, all 3 of these scenarios have some pros and cons. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I will share out some of the things that we've talked about. Example 1 would allow the school to continue operations while a new school is being built. It also has the potential to be the best long-term investment, and it best accommodates the needs that we've identified because we're building it from the ground up. It also is probably the most expensive option. It would create some disruption to the current traffic flow on Kipling, and it could potentially create some disruptions to the learning environment due to natural construction noise that takes place. Option 2, the renovation of the existing facility with an addition, that would allow us to maintain the current facility right where it's at, and it could accommodate all of the programming needs with the addition. However, it will also be the most disruptive option to students and potentially even require us to temporarily relocate students during the construction period, depending on when construction starts and ends. Option 3 would allow students to remain at the current site, and there would be no disruption to the learning environment during construction. It also has the potential to be the least expensive option. But with that said, depending on the location of the other facility, the program may or may not be entirely accommodated, meaning there might have to be adjustments made to the floor plan depending on the facility that's selected for renovation. And there would certainly be an impact on current logistics, rerouting school buses, for example, and perhaps even current partnerships we value. So I'm going to let Julie talk about one partnership that they've had in place for a very long time that I think is important to the school.
So one of the partnerships we have is just a partnership with Creighton Mentors that come over throughout the day, and it gives different groups of Creighton kids opportunities by semester. I believe it's an application. It's a privilege to be a part of that. Not just anybody can sign up at Creighton for that. And I would say it's as impactful on our kids as it is for the Creighton students that come over. We have staff members whose first experience at Fletcher Miller was as a Creighton mentor, and it changed the trajectory of what they wanted to do. So that would be a partnership that if we weren't in that site, we would have to rethink and make adjustments to.
So no matter the scenario, there are going to be some pluses and deltas regardless of what we decide, and those are all things that we have to take in consideration as we make a decision. So with that said, here are the estimated cost ranges for each option, keeping in mind that the new design assumes a total square footage of 66,000 square feet, which is 11,000 square feet more than the current property. Now, I had mentioned to you that Julie and I, along with some other leadership, had went through an exercise of must-haves and nice-to-haves to help with cost savings. So the ideal design was 77,000 square feet. And you might like to know what are some of the reductions that we made. So as we went through each aspect of the plan, some of the things that we reduced are the number of support classrooms that you saw in that diagram. We did reduce some of the number of bathrooms, for example. We also reduced the size of some spaces. For example, there was a dining space. The dining space is not as important to Miller as it might be to a more traditional school. And so we were able to reduce some of the square footage in those areas. But ultimately, the plan that we came up with, we feel very confident that it would meet the needs of our students while honoring the work that our design advisory put into it and still allowing our students to have a thriving experience. I'm going to allow you just a second to look over the numbers. So at Fletcher Miller, we call this wait time. All right. So getting to the right answer, there are a lot of things that we need to be thinking about as we make a decision on how to proceed in light of those three scenarios. First and foremost, we have to consider the impact on students. What is that going to be and to what extent? We have to consider an option that allows us to accommodate the desired program adjacencies that we said are important to a new school design and that would best serve our kids. We also have to take into consideration whether or not that new design meets those project goals. So going back to maximizing instructional time for our kids, ensuring that they have a safe environment, making sure that there's adequate space for storage and things that our teachers need to be able to teach our kids and for our kids to be able to learn. We also have to take into consideration the cost and what might be the best long-term investment for Jeffco. Location is going to be very important. Again, we have students who are being bused from all across the district to attend Fletcher Miller and get their services there. Construction impacts on not only student learning, but on the community are factors that we'll take into consideration. So I mentioned that if we were to do any construction at where Miller is currently located, there would probably be some disruption to the flow of traffic on Kipling. I don't know how that would be avoided, but that would be something that we would have to think through. Future flexibility. Again, we want to design a school that not only is conducive to the needs we have today, but conducive to the needs we're going to have 10 years from now. You can see in 1963 when Miller was built, our needs have changed pretty significantly, and we're seeing the impact of that today. We also want to take into consideration our timeline. So in having conversations with our construction facilities management team, DLR group, depending on which scenario we move forward with, it could take anywhere from 6 to 18 months for a finished project. So depending on when we move forward and when construction begins, we could be ready to begin serving students in the 23-24 school year, or it could actually be the 24-25 school year. We just don't know yet until we've definitively made a decision on which direction we're going to head. And then last but not least, recommendations from you. We intend to bring back more information in June for you to be able to ask us additional questions and then ultimately make a decision on what you would like to do. And then, of course, with the funding piece, the reason I mentioned this is because if you recall in June, we contemplated prioritizing a new facility for Miller using unallocated funds, and that amount was around $16 million. As you saw in the previous slide, our cost estimates based on the three scenarios we presented to you today are well above that $16 million mark. So that's what I mean when I say secure funding. we need to talk through if that is the level of funding that we'll have available for this project and how we should proceed with that. So I'll let Julie add anything that she wants to share here, but ultimately this is our why. We want to be able to provide an environment that's conducive to the unique needs that our students at Miller have, and we want to provide them an educational experience in an environment that truly allows them to thrive. So we just want to say thank you. We're going to open up for comments and questions at this time.
All right, board members, questions, comments about the presentation? Okay, I have one then. With the capacity at 66,000 square feet, is that anticipating the same capacity in terms of number of students that are able to be served?
Yes, and we believe we could, correct me if I'm wrong, over 115, 125 students is the capacity that we would be able to serve given that new design.
Sorry, you said 125? Okay.
And some of that I think is dependent on staffing too, right? Obviously, but if it's building, yeah, I think 125. I think we even talked as high as 150, depending on some of those other pieces.
That would be max.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is room to grow as we place students, and you may or may not know this, but sometimes neighboring districts will reach out to Jeffco because they need a placement that their school district can't provide, and so in the past we would accommodate that request, and so it allows us to do that as well.
So does that include with the design, that this collaborative design process, does that include the ability to serve some students that are currently placed out of district for Jeffco now, or does that not impact that group of students?
It won't impact that group of students as much. We could review that, but the nature of needs at Miller are very different than students we place, say, at Sebeski or even at a day treatment facility. Now, it's possible that we could have some students come back, but I wouldn't want to say that I wouldn't want to say that's going to be true, and it wouldn't be a large number.
Director Varda.
I was wondering about the options. I think the new building is really clear what it would look like and the range of what we think it would cost. For the scenario 3, I have a couple of questions, and I don't know if you can answer them now, maybe for you all. Do we have a building between that space? If those are the parameters. And my second question is, what else would the idea be, here's a building, we're going to gut it and we're going to lay out that floor plan in this new building, so we're basically taking the walls and keeping those, but we still get that floor plan? Or how do we know if we have a building that we're looking at, what we're going to gain or lose by in that floor plan and in the wishes of that?
Sure. So I can answer the first part of your question, and then I'll phone a friend from our construction team to answer the second part of your question. So for the first part of your question, yes, we have 7, potentially 8 facilities within this area that are going to be impacted by school closures next year. And so we could potentially consider, what, facility might make sense in that regard if that was the direction we go.
We don't have any 66,000 square foot buildings in this area that are empty. So what we would be looking at is probably, I think, a gut and then an addition to an existing building. And when I say gut, the buildings kind of within the central area are all in the 50-year-ish range. So you're dealing with 50-year-old structure, 50-year-old infrastructure, all of these things that would have to be addressed. And when all is said and done, you may have basically built a new building with the changes that would have to be made. So that would be the approach if the direction was the scenario 3.
And I think you asked too whether or not there would have to be modifications to kind of the floor plan that we laid out here. I think in some cases that might be true. In other cases, it might not be. It's really going to depend on the layout and to what extent we can kind of demo and renovate the inside of that building.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that this floor plan is its intent is to display the adjacencies, but not to be a floor plan. So I just want the board to be clear that when we bring back a possible floor plan, depending upon where we decide we might invest, it won't look like this, because this is just intended to show things next to each other and how it could be laid out, and so many things will matter in terms of the land that we're using and the site and et cetera, et cetera. The other thing I will say is this project is, I think, connected to your conversation and your study session on Friday related to the capital improvement program and what I think the board expressed as a real interest and a sense of urgency to reconcile and make sure that we can be clear with you what is the unallocated that we're comfortable with prior to you making decisions. I have heard for over a year that for many of you, that this is your number one priority in terms of investment. And so my goal is to get this reconciliation completed as soon as possible so that we can get you some information about that and you understand if you were to invest in one of these scenarios. At the same time, I think we're going to be working on some sharpening of the pencil on these numbers because these are big ranges. We understand that, but we didn't want to come to you today and not at least tell you that we think this is going to cost the most, the next most, and the least. So we've got some ranges here just for your information. But pretty soon, I want to be able to bring you a more concrete, here would be the impact to the overall program and your ability to make decisions about any other unallocated that might or might not be left over. And so I think that's why we have this June timeline, so that we can get through the reconciliation, bring that to you, make sure you're clear about what we've identified in that reconciliation process, and then have this conversation pretty quickly thereafter. And my anticipation is that I think June is a reasonable timeline for us to be able to do that, and also come back to you with more detail about the three options. How many schools did you say we have in this general area that we think is central?
It's about 7 or 8.
7 or 8. We do want to also be very respectful with our communities, especially if we're not headed to, obviously, very respectful of our communities that are around our vacant properties. If we are moving towards the disposition process, and we have that outlined in terms of the collaboration with our community in the process. If something is not declared surplus and it is identified for an internal use, we also want to be very respectful of the community that lives around that school. And so this timeline that we're presenting this evening also gives us the opportunity to narrow down from the 8 schools to possibly 1 or 2 and be transparent and share with the community around that school what we're contemplating, if that's the option that I anticipate when we talk in June, we'll be bringing you options again with more details, pros and cons, cost estimates, and hopefully an opportunity to send us in a direction and make some decisions.
Great. Director Parker.
You talked about having a discussion on the must-haves versus the nice-to-haves. Is it possible to design the must-haves there, but with it in mind that you could add on the nice-to-haves? In other words, don't build something that precludes ever being able to do something.
I'm going to say yes. That's a wonderful idea. Whether that can happen, I would look at our construction team, but I don't see why we couldn't build that with that in mind.
Yeah, because I would love to see, this is the must-haves, but always having this list of additional nice-to-haves with a potential timeline for addressing them.
Yeah, and I think, again, the design takes into consideration spaces that can be flexible. So, for example, our Jeffco Transition Services program and our Lighthouse program desire to have kind of an activities of daily living space that also could be a mock apartment to teach students how to live independently, right? While we may not be able to do both spaces, we could potentially combine the space and set it up in a way that it could be a mock apartment at times, and other times it's used for just activities of daily living, life skills instruction. So we'll definitely be thinking creatively about how to use the space and maximize it for all the different needs that the design advisory group identified, while sticking to the core of what Miller is all about, and that's the instructional focus. So having those support classrooms will be an important piece that we just don't want to let go. And we would not say one is more important than the other, but we'd want to design with that in mind. Anything you would add, Julie?
I'd like to add something, though. I think that any design that we come up with needs to be extremely flexible. I mean, we've gotten 60 years out of the existing Miller School. There's no reason not to anticipate getting another 60 years out of a new facility or something that we do. So, and even in the schools that we're doing now, there's flexible spaces in there. The structure is flexible so that we're not strapped by wall-bearing partitions or things like load-bearing partitions or things like that. So these are things that will also be taken into consideration as we go through the design process.
So I think what we need tonight is, I'm just going to share that I think what we need tonight is to know that you feel like we're on the right track, yes or no, and to keep going to get things refined and bring you back some final options for decision making in this proposed timeline that we have around June. So that's not intended to cut you off from questioning or talking, but I know your timeline is. You're over right now in terms of time, and so that's what I think we need to make sure that we're marching forward with an understanding that you support where we're headed.
Other question, Director Miller?
I mean, I definitely can go in that direction and say, yes, that's where I would like to be. I would also like to honor that the relationships like you raised earlier, the community. I can tell you that my three of my children were mentors over at Creighton, and the fourth one couldn't be there because he was at Evergreen. So that was an amazing relationship. So when you're thinking about community, it's not just the school where you all are, it's the whole community as a part of that. And so that's something I think we should hold value. The other being, as you put a pencil to it, when I'm looking at the $66,000 and the price point, understanding where we are with Prospect Valley, that's my benchmark right now in terms of price point. And so understanding why this price point might be a little bit different in terms of square footage, because I'm calculating out to about $485 or $486. And if we're a specialized school, would we not have a different price point or a higher, or how does that work, Mr. Reed?
I think what you're looking at is a hybrid model here where you have a portion of it is kind of a medical clinical type of design and space, and then you have the educational side.
Okay.
So the trick is going to be to kind of find the sweet spot from a cost standpoint. So obviously it's not going to be expensive when I say clinical, you have hospitals, right, you have clinics, and you have doctors' offices. So we're falling into that center middle category. And it's going to be, like I said, finding the sweet spot between the educational cost per square foot and the clinical cost per square foot. And that's just going to require further development of a design in order to get there and get some definitive pricing. Maybe bring a contractor on board that sort of works both sides of the street. In other words, does a lot of medical work as well as does educational as well. So those are some of the options.
Okay, thank you. And then I would like to echo Director Parker's point. The 77,000 square foot facility, the dream that we'd like to have, and we're taking it to 66,000, at least under this scenario. But if there are components that, if it was just $1 million more, we could get X. And so letting us know that when you put the pencil to the paper, having an understanding of what if we added these things on, what the additional costs would be, so that we would at least be able to weigh whether or not that makes sense to add or to have it as an add-on in the future. That would be my ask.
Okay.
Now I can't remember where we started. So other comments or thoughts? What I'm hearing is consensus that we want for you all to continue moving forward and have options that are going to be and best service of kids at Fletcher Miller. I also want to just thank everyone for showing up and for doing so much for Jeffco kids at Fletcher Miller. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. And thanks for your leadership.
We appreciate your time. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks. We look forward to hearing more.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Okay, we will be moving on. The board will study the charter renewal application for Doral Academy, which is an action item on our March 9th agenda. The presentation will provide the board information about the application, review, and recommendations from both staff and the District Accountability Committee in advance of the March 9th, 2023 vote. Representatives from Doral are present to answer questions. Before I hand it over to Ms. Tollison, I believe. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything that you would like to add? That's okay. Welcome to our guest. I wish I had some jokes to tell. I don't. I saw there's a faculty member next to me who always says good math jokes. I don't remember them because I don't know what they are. Okay, and now over to you.
Welcome to our presenters. Thank you for being here, and thank you, President Schooley. Today, the board will have an opportunity to study the DAC and staff recommendation regarding the renewal approval of a district-authorized charter school, Doral Academy. As you saw in your materials for today, the DAC and staff have differing recommendations for the board's consideration. I'd like to express my gratitude for the DAC's commitment and work in reviewing the renewal application from Doral, and I respect their role as advisory to the board in relation to charter authorization. The staff's slightly different recommendation is in no way dismissive or disrespectful of the DAC's recommendation. Frankly, I believe the two recommendations offer the board much information about a complicated situation for consideration as the board moves towards decision making. I appreciate the transparency the DAC and staff have provided to the board about Doral Academy and its current successes and challenges, and I appreciate Doral Academy's collaboration with us as we have worked on the materials for you to study this evening. Ms. Tollison, welcome, and we'll let you begin the board's presentation this evening.
Thank you very much, and Superintendent Dorland, President Schooley, and members of the board. You all may remember that last month you voted on your consent agenda to renew the charter contracts of the other applicants, renewal applicants that were in cycle for this year. We're here for a bit more in-depth review on this one, in part because of some unique complexities around the fiscal impact of the new building for the school and around the fact that we did have the DACs weighing in. So that's why we're here. We're also in a slightly different framework, right, than when we talk about a brand new charter application. We're in a renewal context. So we're in the statute that talks about, we're looking at the elements that we spelled out in the memo, basically, right? We focused in particular here on their fiscal practices. You'll hear some discussion of academic achievement and growth and how the last couple of years have been. But the biggest factor that has caused us to struggle, right, is the new building and the component of $19 million in Colorado Educational and Cultural Facilities Authority secured funding for that. And so just trying to be thoughtful. And you'll get a lot of the detail from the community superintendent for our charter schools and our option schools. Tom McMillan and I will pipe in as needed or appropriate. Also with us is Jeff Baucom to talk about the analysis that the DAC did in its advisory role to you.
Thank you, Ms. Tollison, and members of the board, thank you so much for allowing us to come back, allowing us some additional time to do a deep dive into the renewal application from Doral Academy. I appreciate the flexibility that the board has afforded the staff and the DAC to do a good deep dive. I also want to acknowledge our friends from Doral Academy who are here. If you would go ahead and stand up, folks, we have the board chair, Jeff Anderson. We have the principal, Arlie Blanco, and we have the assistant principal, Jason, I forget your last name. Weiser, sorry. They're here to answer your questions as well. They've also brought tonight some additional information, which if you would indulge them, they will hand out to you about historical and geographic academic achievement for Doral, which is some additional information that I think would be helpful and pertinent to you going forward.
So with that, we'll go ahead and get started, and I'll just run through the slides. Again, Mr. Balcom will be here to talk a little bit more about the DAC process and his role in shepherding that through. And I'm also going to refer frequently to Ms. Tollison for help with some legal aspects. Before we get started, do you have any questions for us? Okay, move along, she says. Thank you.
No, not move along. I just like to have the questions at the end.
Gotcha. Okay. So thank you, President Schooley. So you'll recall Doral Academy focuses on, it's an arts integration program. They are currently occupying the former Zerker Elementary up in Westminster. And as you know, they are building a brand new building up on Church Ranch Way in Westminster. They were founded in 2014. They were last renewed in 2020 for 3 years. So as you see in italics on this slide, a significant area of focus for Doral from 2014 was enrollment growth and commensurate financial stability and sustainability, as well as facility planning. So that was language from their renewal from 2014, just kind of as a historical reminder for you. The 2023 renewal application from Doral seeks a 5-year contract. So, Mr. Balcom, I'll let you talk about the DAC process, please.
Thanks, Tom. And again, thanks to the board for letting us participate. I will say I was surprised how engaged, how active, and how much energy the DAC put into this process and how thoughtful they were. I really think this has added to the DAC's overall, I guess engagement is the right word, not to use it again, but it really, I think, has really helped. So thank you for that. Last time we talked about basically the timeline. This time I thought I'd switch it up a little bit and just talk about some of the parameters we put into our decision. As we went through the first couple of meetings, we took time to be very thoughtful in terms of the categories that we really wanted to weigh our review of all the charter schools. And we came up with, I think you guys saw this last time, but just to reiterate, we came up with governance, academics, operations, finance, and sustainability as our core 5 things. This was applied to all 4 charter schools. And we really took time to think about what does this mean for each score and how we're going to apply it. The other thing we did as we went through those first meetings was set up some rules and expectations for the committee. There were some things that we emphasized continuously throughout the process, and those were simply we wanted to limit the conversation to the information provided or information that was validated in terms of our decision making. We also wanted to make sure that we were school-centric. We didn't want to bring in other considerations and really be thoughtful about the students that these charter schools were serving. That was our core principle and our process that we went through as we made these decisions. Other than that, you can see the standard renewal process up aboard.
Thanks, Jeff. So you'll remember the staff process that we ran internally. We ran the same process for all 4 schools, with the exception that we did a deeper dive with the Doral application because it's more complicated than the other 3 were. So district staff from several Jeffco departments, whether it be safety and security, finance, governance, legal, took a look at Doral's performance in those same types of buckets over the last contract term. We compiled those answers and provided those along with a recommendation to Cabinet. Again, it became kind of an iterative process because it's a more complicated situation than is typical for charter renewals. So due to financial issues, we requested and have received several revised budgets from Doral, as well as financial assurances from Doral Inc., which is the CMO based in Florida. And we can talk more about that in a minute. And then we produced a recommendation tailored to Doral's unique circumstances, which you have encapsulated, I believe, in the memo. So, Doral has received an overall rating of performance on the state SPF during all of its time on the clock. It is not on a watch status with the state. It's a performance school. We noted that Doral has had declines in academic growth in both ELA and math for the last 3 years, and that they're below district averages on achievement. That being said, the Doral representatives have brought you some additional information with some more historical data as well as comparative data for neighboring geographic schools for your information and for your consideration. And I appreciate them bringing that tonight. So let's talk a little bit about enrollment. As of the close of round 1 of Enroll Jeffco on January 27th, Doral's projected enrollment for next school year stands at about 155. The reason I say about 155 is now second round is open. There's always the opportunity for more folks to show up, but this is where we are as of around now. You'll remember from their original projected enrollment from their application for next year was 310. Unfortunately, they show a history of declining enrollment over the past contract term. Here's a little graphic to show you that their peak was in 17-18, and then you can imagine different factors as to what was going on here. Like many of the neighborhood schools, they've seen a decline in enrollment over time, but they have significantly declined this year. We're about to 155 as of right now. Let's talk about finances a little bit. Doral's most recent audit shows a cash balance of $637,000 in cash in the bank. In 2022, you'll remember that the school bought land up in that Church Ranch area with its pro rata share of 5B bond money. They used those funds to buy land for a new campus. And then, as Ms. Tollison has mentioned, they were able to secure debt through the Colorado Education and Cultural Facilities Authority, SECFA, in the amount of just over $19,000 for construction of the facility. So there are lots of interesting ways to explain how the finances work. I'm very grateful we have some good finance heads here this evening. But the bottom line is that the loan was structured so as to reduce principal payments for the first couple of years, or no principal payments for the first couple of years, and also interest payments for the first couple of years are reduced and moved forward into the corpus of the loan going forward. And Ms. Tollison or perhaps Brenna can speak more to those arrangements if you have questions about that. So here's what that looks like. So if you look at it looks like that got bounced over. I apologize for the goof up on the slide. The first two columns are supposed to be 24, 25, 26, and then 27, 28 are supposed to be over there. So you'll see the first 2 years, 24 and 25, there's no principal payment. If you can draw the dotted line in your mind, sorry about what that looks like. And then you can see that for the first couple of years, there's deferred interest. The bottom line, the 533 and the 292, those first 2 years are deferred interest that get caught up in out years. And again, smarter people than me can explain how that works. I apologize for the messed up columns there. So given that the enrollment is not looking like 310 as of right now, we asked the folks at Doral to provide us with a revised budget. They provided us with a revised break-even budget, which is what we were asking for, with an enrollment of 270. So they were looking at 270 kids to be enrolled by next year in order to have a break-even budget based on their debt service and other expenses. Doral Incorporated, the CMO in Florida, will continue to forego the per pupil management fees, and we have that in writing from them. Again, no payments toward the principal on the bonded indebtedness for a couple of years. They also would no longer be accessing Jeffco Virtual for their high school programming.
And Mr. McMillan, if I can just jump in, board materials were due last Friday, and we've continued to be in regular communications with them. So I think we've gotten some clarity on how they intend, because they do have 3 or 4 high school students, and the budget didn't reflect any funding for programming for high schoolers, and they've been using JVA. But I believe we've gotten some clarification, and the folks from the school can speak to it, that while prior budgets had that in its own budget line, that it is embedded in their contracted services expected for next year. So I think that one may have been cleaned up.
Thank you. So I'll ask Mr. Balcom to speak to the DAC recommendation.
So I think when Superintendent Dorland mentioned the fact that we had some differences in our opinion, what I would suggest is actually we had some small differences in opinion. The reality is most of our thoughts and our concerns match very closely with the district. When you talk about, well, I'll get to those in a second, but I think the other thing to remember is that while there were some small differences at the end from a decision-making perspective, we also didn't have all the information. Our scope was smaller in size with regards to the information we were using to make our determination. For example, we weren't looking necessarily at the legal concerns. or the finance concerns at the should any decision be made over this year or next year. So from that perspective, we were literally working, as I said in my opening, on how is the school today? Is this truly working for the students? So just so you understand, those are two distinctions we made between our work and the district work. At the end of the day, though, let me get to that page. At the end of the day, though, we did, as a subcommittee, decide on recommending to the Board of Education, non-renewal for this year. And we did it predominantly based on several factors, again, which I think will be in line with what the district says. The academics were generally, although I'll be interested to see the new information tonight, were generally lower than what we had hoped and would consider kind of at the Jeffco levels. And of particular concern was the enrollment and the finances that would be impacted then. We were concerned that could the school support the students in a manner in which Jeffco students should be supported at the end of the day with the financial implications with a lower student count. And ultimately, those led us to the decision for non-renewal. The other thing I will say is there was although I don't see it in here necessarily, I think it might be towards the end, that we did have a minority recommendation that came out of the full DAC that did closely mimic and align with the district as well. So we did have both a majority opinion, which I'm presenting today, but also a minority opinion, which is, again, closely aligned. At the end of the day, the last thing the subcommittee wanted to recommend that should a one-year conditional renewal be put out is that there's some strong metrics and measurements with regards to measurable accountability, I think is what the term we used, with regards to any recommendation for a year or even 2 years of conditional. I think you guys are using the word guidelines as opposed to, but again, similar in nature in that regard.
So I think Mr. Balcom has already maybe spoken to some of these things, particularly the last bullet speaks to the piece that I think he was just mentioning. So if you want to speak to any of these bullets, or
I think those I hit them all.
You just took care of it. Okay. Yeah. So yes, there was a minority opinion that aligned more closely with that of district staff from the DAC. So here's the staff recommendation. Because the school's low enrollment places it at financial risk, staff's recommending a one-year renewal for Doral. The renewal contract should incorporate urgent financial and enrollment milestones that the school must meet by October 23 to demonstrate its continued viability as a Jeffco authorized charter school. So in essence, what this is suggesting, should the board go this direction, is that Doral would come back to you after October count, and we would have sort of a stock take at that point to see how their enrollment was doing, to see how their finances were doing, see how the new building is functioning, those kinds of things. So that's the rationale for a one-year conditional renewal from staff. So some of the conditions that staff has identified, these are suggestions for you to think about. With that Doral Inc. and Academica, which is their back office financial support arm, would continue to waive their fees to support the financial viability of Doral Academy. We have written assurance that that will continue to happen from Doral Inc. That Doral Inc. would backfill any revenue shortfall needed to reach the $3.9 million revenue assumption reflected in the break-even budget. We have written assurance that that would happen for at least 1 year. Again, the school confirms that it would support tuition-based access to JVA, and I think Ms. Tollison has spoken to that already. And the district would contact the State Treasurer's Office and Commission of Education regarding its concerns about the long-term financial viability of the school given the SECFA loan that the school has related to the new facility. And Ms. Tollison, I don't know if you want to speak to that at this point.
Sure. I think it's not maybe so much a condition of the renewal as a transparency effort to say, because of the vulnerability here, this is notice we would have to give in the event of a non-renewal. We would have to let the state treasurer and the commissioner know we've got a school with debt financed this way not being renewed, but instead to give them a heads up so that if there were any proactive problem solving that the parties could undertake, whether through the state and the district, that those conversations could start early rather than wait till a time when things are really right up against the wall.
Thank you. There are also some FCB considerations. Again, I may defer to Ms. Tollison on this one. I'll just remind you that current enrollment at Doral is below that of most of our neighborhood schools slated for closure, but the FCB criteria specifically do not apply to charters. Statute only allows for charter non-renewal for very limited reasons, such as poor academic performance or lack of sound fiscal practices. So again, staff recommends monitoring Doral over a one-year contract period to confirm its ongoing financial viability. Again, speaking to the legal piece, do you want to talk about this, Ms. Tolson?
Sure. As we mentioned, the funding for this construction of a new school was financed. The land itself was purchased with the school's proportionate share of our 5B bond monies, but they still had to fund the construction and went and have debt secured by bonds from SECFA. And what that means is it implicates a particular statute that I sort of touched on a moment ago that says if they were non-renewed, hence those bonds being at risk, that we would have to give notice to the state, and that could trigger an automatic pause on any non-renewal. So it's a wrinkle in this renewal that we've not faced before, and actually in talking to my peers, I don't think very many districts, if any, have. So, but it's a factor for us to say, look, with that big of an additional factor at play, it's another reason to give them a chance to see if they can make this work from an enrollment and budgetary matter, pay that debt down.
And again, I want to thank you once again for the 1 month grace period that you have given staff and Doral and the DAC because of these kind of complicating factors. We wanted to make sure that we got it right in the best interest of kids that are attending Doral. So again, proposed 1 year renewal contract conditions. We can talk about these, but these are suggestions that staff has come up with. So again, verification of enrollment of 270 kids by October count of next year to determine financial viability, even with financial support from Doral. Written confirmation from Doral of continuing financial subsidy in the event that enrollment is less than 270. And again, that 270 enrollment figure is from Doral, and that's their break-even number for their budget. Submission of revised budget showing actual enrollment and dollar amount of the Doral subsidy. Approval of a high school programming plan, as we've mentioned. And determination of renewal for 24-25 this fall. Again, looking at that October count check-in time aligned with those FCB timelines for district schools, the timelines we would be referring to from FCB. So enroll Jeffco timeline for families and staffing timelines for staff. And that's our presentation for today. What questions might you have for us or for our representatives from Doral?
Great. Thank you all for presenting and for bringing all this information to the board. I will open up the floor for questions, comments, for us to be able to answer whatever we need answered. Anyone want to start? Director Miller?
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for the Doral for being here. So if anybody has questions, I'm sure. I have a real quick question in regards to the legislation. And Julie, maybe you can help me. But in terms of DAC oversight, I know over the past number of years, because of the nature of the contract renewal, and I think you mentioned it, the ability for you to review any documentation is different for the DAC than it is for staff. And so when we're looking at the statute and the requirements of looking for criteria for the evaluation of a school, have we material violation? Have we failed to make adequate progress on achievement or growth metrics set by the contract? Have we basically failed to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management or violated legal standards that apply? Those are the 4 criteria that I don't know that DAC has access to. And I don't know that the statute says that after authorization are they to review the renewal of the contract, because we have not done that in the past.
Thank you, Board Member Miller. I think you've identified a lot of great issues. It is true that as a statutory matter, the Charter Schools Act sets a review role for the DAC in connection with original applications and is silent about renewals. Now, the DAC, of course, is an advisory committee to this board, and while statute prescribes some of the things that they do in that role, you can use them in the ways that you see fit. When you look at your particular policy that establishes them, where it really talks about, advising you all on educational accountability, priorities for spending, charter school application, school conduct code, district UIP. So I think that is very much up to you. And if you say this is something you don't want, that's between you and the committee that advises you, and you could do it. In this circumstance, they expressed interest in bringing that sort of district-wide public stakeholder lens to the renewal process, just as they would with an original application. And, and I'm not sure exactly how those conversations happened, but facilitated that and had them come and talk to you. So in terms of the statutory factors for renewal, though, I did have a meeting with Mr. Balcom pretty early in their process and say, you just need to be aware that these are the big buckets in terms of where the board needs to rely in connection with renewal decisions. The statute's hard to get. It sets out those 4 elements, and I certainly encourage you to focus there. It also talks about a general sort of body of evidence review and a review informed by the kinds of things that have been flagged in connection with the less formal annual review process that staff has undertaken. So I think those are boundaries. Where they start and end is probably a little more fuzzy.
Right. I just want to make sure that we all understand what those statutes are and really what our boundaries are, or our guardrails, or whatever analogy you want to use in terms of the review of charter contracts and renewals. The other question I have is when we talk about the MAP data, I think you brought forward, Mr. McMillan, we also have CMAS data, right? And I think that's what was brought forward to us this evening, which we have used in the past for renewals. And so I just want to make sure we're being consistent with the data that we are using across all of our charter schools, and acknowledging that that's something that we should be reviewing on a regular basis, so that we're comparing apples to apples for Doral, for Compass, for anybody else that comes forward. We should be using the consistency. And so I think that this information that we provided this evening, I think we should look at carefully, unless they want to comment on it. But I haven't seen this before, so I'd appreciate consideration of that as well as we're looking forward into the next year.
Yeah, thank you, Director Miller. And I do want to acknowledge and thank the folks from Doral who provided this information to us today. So I appreciate that. It gives us a week to kind of take a look at it and digest it a little bit prior to next time we all get together. So,
and I just want to clarify, I agree. I think we have a lot of areas of improvement in terms of consistency in our renewal process, period. That being said, I want to be really clear that the rationale behind the staff's recommendation for a 1-year renewal is not due to student performance. It is due to concerns about financial health and well-being moving forward and viability.
And I agree 100%. I just want to make sure when we are talking about our renewal process that there's a consistency with how we approach it, so that we're looking at all charter schools in the same manner. I would also raise the issue about, or not raise the issue, but bring forward that the charter school is an operating governing body unto itself. And so we can say you need 150 students, or you need 225 or 230. And I understand that they bring us their budget, but they do, as a governing board, have the flexibility to adjust their budget. And so we need to be cognizant of their role as well as we talk with them about what that looks like from a financial perspective. And I just want to bring that forward too.
I'm sorry, Dr. Miller, I'm not that last point. Can you drill down into what you're talking about?
Sure. The charter school has its own governing board.
Sure.
They set their budget accordingly. And so for the past 7 years, they've had balanced budgets. They've had, the financial wherewithal to sustain their school the way they see fit, and children continue to come and parents continue to go to that school. The charter school board has its own benchmarks, so to speak, in terms of if we can get it done with 220 children and show that we can serve our children that way, then we can match that budget. We don't, as a board ourselves, have the right to tell them if you don't hit 220, you're not in compliance with your own board decisions.
Right, you're saying that
We have no governance over them.
Yeah, I understand that.
Right. So when we put up
Making a different statement.
no, we have no governance over them. So when we put forward our FCB or our parameters for evaluation of a school, that's different than what a charter school board may put as their parameters. That's all I'm saying is we need to recognize the difference between our role and a distinctive governance role that the charter board plays.
I do want to jump in on this if that's okay, President Schooley, because I think one of the things that we talked about, and I just want to put in the room, one of the things that is very difficult in the context of Jeffco Public Schools right now is declining enrollment. And there is statutorily a difference between what the board has authority to do regarding enrollment for a charter school versus a district school. And that is a real challenge for us, given that this board just made a very difficult decision to close 16 different schools. And now we're looking at a charter school that has very few students. One of the differences that we have talked about as a staff in terms of trying to be sense makers, even just for ourselves, around the difference in these two statutes is, and your authority to oversee versus make decisions about, is that when our district schools are extremely small, there is a subsidy that we provide as a district to support them. With a charter school, we just flow the funds through, right? So we're not necessarily subsidizing a charter school with their finances, given a low enrollment. And Julie, please stop me if I'm, encroaching on your territory and or not accurate. With that being said, I think the financial concerns, and let's just be honest, driven by the low enrollment, really are outlined well on slide, oh geez, now I lost my place. Hold on. It's the slide that talks about the financial support that they are going to be receiving. And I also want the board to be aware that in 2019, the previous board at the previous renewal timeline also noted that the charter management organization that supports Doral was at that same time allowing their fees to be waived. So we're still in a place where they're allowing their fees to be waived. We're in a place where our legal counsel is asking us to make sure they give us assurances that in addition to waiving the fees, given the new debt that the school has taken on, we are also asking them to guarantee that they will shore the school up for the full school year. Because the worst thing closing a school now is closing a school in December. And so we have not only continued to ask them to waive the fees, and they have agreed to that, but they are also giving us certification, so to speak, that they will continue to fund the school if the school cannot make good on the debt schedule and at the same time financially run the school. And so I just want to be really clear. It's not just about the enrollment. It is about the enrollment and it's the school's ability to fund the program that it's promising its families, or not on its own. It's receiving a lot of support. So I just want that to be really clear, because it is not about student performance, and it is not about even just a worry about their budget. Their budget is being subsidized, and that's concerning, because I don't want to be closing the school in December. And with that being said, we do believe that with the assurance from the charter management organization, with the new building that they are putting up right now, with the timelines that you all were so respectful about for our district schools, we'd like to have the same for their opportunities if a different decision is made. And so all of those things matter, and that's then leading to the 1 year with a check-in in October. So I just want to put a pin in that.
Dr. Parker.
I want to thank the Doral staff for providing this. It's very helpful. I have a question. Well, first a comment. I do not in any way want to close the school in the middle of the year or at this point even though FCB doesn't cover charter schools, I still want to honor that whole idea that families don't want to be left in the dark. They've missed an enrollment period. So that leads me to not want to vote for non-renewal at this moment. But I do have a question about the CDE requirement. So if in October we come back and revisit it and we decide at that point that it's not viable and that we are going to not renew, the letter that you're sending to CDE now, there's no guarantee that that's going to make the 120-day clock different. And so we could end up violating the spirit of FCB if we make a decision 120 days after October.
I think I can speak to that. So you're right in that sending a letter now saying just want to put this on the radar, because one of the options that statute talks about, for example, is for a school to switch and be state authorized. That's a long process. And I'm not saying that's where it's headed. That would require a vote of this board to release the school from its exclusive charting authority and a whole bunch of things we don't want to get into today. But it would say this is out there, and if folks have sort of proactive solutions or reasons to talk. But you're right, it wouldn't change the impact of the one-year renewal. It wouldn't change the timeline for any pause on a decision if you made one in the fall. But I think that other than the pause itself, it would at least give families the certainty of knowing pretty much where we are before enrolled Jeffco opens up. And that seems consistent with the philosophy you've taken for students and families district-wide.
Director Varda.
Thanks for coming. I probably have questions for Darrell, actually directly. I've had the chance to tour the school, and it's a really unique school, especially with its arts focus. I don't know that we have another school in our area up there that has that kind of focus. So my hope is that it works out really well and that we continue to provide that unique experience for kids to have. So I'm really hopeful that this turns out the way that we hope it does and that Darrell thrives. So I just had a couple of questions about the budget and the projections. First of all, did you say the current enrollment is 150 and projected is 155?
Current, as of right now, as of the close of round one of Jeffco's 155 for next year.
Well, what's the current enrollment?
It's about, what, 145? 147, thank you.
Sorry, the people out in the universe can't hear you.
So our FTE in October was 139. And then in January, we enrolled about 10 new families. And every week we get new families interested in transferring now in the middle of the year, just because they want to secure a spot for next year. So from 139, as of today, we're like at 147.
And then, so what I was kind of trying to figure out if, sorry, the slide is not there. The number for next year was 270. But what I wondered is, and as that loan payment increases, what's the need over, the next 2, 3, 4 years in order to be able to to be financially solvent? And if that's not something we have today, that'd be something I'd like to know or also be able to review.
In board docs, you will find that they also submitted that sort of idea of a break-even budget. Like, here's where we need to be each year, including when those payments ramp up. And it gives enrollment projections that would be needed to support that.
Do you have it right handy? Handy literally in your hand? Okay. That may help. Ms. Tolleson, is it okay? I don't know if it's the same document.
I'm just trying to find the line that will tell me the actual full-time equivalent of students.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Jeff Anderson, Board Chair of Durrell Academy.
Thank you.
Glad to be here tonight and have this conversation. So in next year's, this fall, it's 270. The next year is 47 students more for a total of 317. This is, and what I'm reading from is a a 5-year break-even budget that we submitted to the district. I don't know. Is this thing on? Can you hear me? Okay. But anyway, these are the numbers. So first year 270, the next year 317, and then there is a jump going into the fiscal year 26 to 407. Fiscal year 27, 27 is 439, and then 487. So through the 5 years, it goes from 270 to 487.
So one thing I wondered if any of the Durrell staff could talk about, like, how are you thinking about marketing and enrollment and, getting, increasing that enrollment, if there's a...
I'll say a few words, and I'll see if the principal, Arlie, would like to say a few words. We're in, let me just say, very appreciative of Jeffco, the district here, for the use of Zerger. We've been in there, this is our 6th year in Zerger. First year we were somewhere else, and that was very, very, it was something that was obviously very useful, and thank you for the use of that facility. But the facility was built in 1977. The district, before we moved in, 4 years or 5 years before, closed that facility because of low enrollment. I think they were 40% of capacity. And so we're in a neighborhood where it's more mature, and that school sitting there is not drawing in kids from the neighborhood like other places could, like the new location will. So one is just being in a new location, right? That is a definite positive. And then as we get closer to having the ability to have tours in the school and pick up interest that way, I think that will help a lot. I mean, obviously, social media, there's door-to-door, putting flyers out and that kind of stuff. So those are some of the things we're doing. Did you have anything you want to add to that?
Also working with the Westminster Chamber of Commerce. We're part of them. So they're helping us with some of the marketing plan for our school. And then my goal, once we are at our new building, because to me, they're all Jeffco students, is to create a partnership with Stanley Lake, because we're a K-8, to try to feed our middle school students into that high school. So that's my ultimate goal, is to build our community with our surrounding neighborhood schools. Because yes, we have a high school, but we only have six students, and their primary goal for staying at Doral was safety. And because they didn't want to experience the traditional high school experience. So my goal is a lot of our students transition from Doral to Stanley Lake and to Pomona. But now in our new location, the closest high school is Stanley Lake. So for me is to create that partnership with the neighboring school. And also we have a lot of daycares around our new facility. So we have already canvassed them and promoted our new, building. We're going to start hosting some meetings and open houses once we get the CO for our building, to kind of welcome the community in there. And the Westminster Chamber of Commerce has been great in helping with, I did a podcast for them, kind of helping us with Facebook Live. So we have our current location, I think, will attract more students to where we are. Our building is right now in the middle of a neighborhood, so traffic flow really doesn't flow through that neighborhood. So in the new location, we're right off the highway, so it'll be a visible location. We will attract students from Adams County. I did a festival, and we do have interested families from the Adams County district that would like a new choice of school. So I think we can promote from other districts just by the location we're at.
Also, I know you all do a lot of performances and stuff that I imagine attract students. So my last question is more about the debt, just because it's such a different thing that I haven't experienced before. So if if the school cannot meet the financial obligations, what happens to this debt, and what's the district's obligation in the financing and payments of the debt, if any? I don't know. So could we learn a little bit more about it?
And thank you, Director Varda. We have done a bit of due diligence around that, and it's out of my wheelhouse by a long shot, and Ms. Copeland has helped. But we've consulted that. The district has no liability for that bond debt on that facility. Probably the biggest issue is if there were some reason that there was let's say a foreclosure on that property. The 5B money that was used to purchase the land, we're in second position to all the folks who are bond holders, right? So whether or not that would be at risk, but that's already the state of things, right? No matter what happens to the school, that's the position of the money the district has in this project.
The $19 million debt. So what happens to that if the school can't make the payments?
I don't know. I would have to phone a friend. I only worried about the part where it isn't on us.
Okay. I just wondered. Yeah, I wondered if it. So the answer is it's not. The district isn't responsible for it.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Reed. Sorry.
So I'm trying to reconcile what Director Miller just said about that if they want. Do I understand? Like right now, we're getting a break-even budget that says they need 270 students by the time we do the October count. Or yes, right? No, a year from. Okay, all right. And we're talking about the need to put some sort of solid metrics in so that a year from now we can look at it and say, is this financially viable or is it not? But they could also change their budget, right? And say, well, we thought it was 270, but if we work really hard, we can maybe get this down. Like, I don't want to move the goalpost. That's basically what I'm saying. I want to make sure that we have the right goalpost. And do we? And because I just don't want it to move. I think that's going to get really confusing. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And I'll tell you that I think from the staff review lens, the only goal was to say, we just need to be sure that your budget balances, that the programming you're offering to families, and families have to choose in or out, right? Like you all chose, well, we don't want to fund schools that are so small they have combined our second and third grade classrooms, for example. Just thinking of, right? And they may say, no, we're going to have combined classrooms and our families like that model, and that's what we're going to do, and we're going to have only 120 kids, right? That can happen. I think the harder thing here was in part because the facility debt is a huge player. They did modify their budget, which was originally planning on, we're going to budget for 310 kids, and this is what our expenses and staffing and programming are going to look like. They made that downward adjustment. And if they came to us and said, we think we can do it with 155 kids, and here's what it looks like, and we could have that conversation. But at least right now, in a renewal context, we said, if your budget assumes a number of kids that you're still about 115 kids away from, we need to know that somebody's going to step in so that those kids don't lose their school in the middle of the year. And that's where the conditions played a role, but absolutely they're in charge of their own budget.
Are there any other questions before we go? And again, this will be on our March 9th consent agenda, presumably. I thought you said this one, and I was like, okay. And there will be, yes, some additional information. And I also, I don't have any other question. My questions were asked and answered, so thank you for that. But just to, these are hard conversations to have because behind all of these numbers that we're throwing around are children and families, and we want to take care of them and protect them and make sure that they have the best experience possible. So thank you all for the work that you do for these kids and families. And so I don't want anyone, it's hard to not sound like we're commodifying kids when we have these conversations about minimum enrollment. And this is just the declining enrollment world we're living in, where unfortunately, are having these conversations a lot more than we probably want to. Yep, I'm getting over there. Director Parker.
For the consent agenda item, then, would it be the district's recommendation that we would be voting on in the consent agenda? So not.
I think
anonymous.
I actually think that's some good guidance we could get from you this evening. So, Julie, do you anticipate? I know we've worked with President Schooley to have a presentation about this next week, because oftentimes when there are complicated things that you are voting on, it is beneficial to have another presentation. That also gives us the opportunity to update if there is new information in the next week, because we all know things are moving quickly. So we can give you the latest information. And then I'm not sure, will the resolution be on the consent agenda, or will it be part of that agenda item?
I think that's a question in part for the board. I would say, I mean, if it sounded like there's a general consensus around one recommendation or the other, and I would say, so if it's the staff recommendation that we've described to you in the rationale for it, what I would do and anticipate doing is turn that into a resolution that would be on the consent agenda, do a short presentation prior to that just sets forth, reminding here's the action that's proposed, it's on consent. But somebody may say, I want to pull it because I want to do something different, or I want to make a motion that's for the direction of the DAC recommendation. So I guess knowing in advance helps, but we can be prepared for anything. I know.
And this is also something that I don't think the board has to make a decision right this moment. And Stephanie, if you feel the need to sort of give us some guidance around multiple resolutions, one resolution leaning towards one way or another in the coming week, we can do that, but we would need to know by Friday so that we can post the materials for next week.
Okay. I will check in with my colleagues here. My preference is to take a little bit of thinking time and then check in and see if there's consensus around this rather than making that decision right now. And I think we've got some options. I know that there's a timeline as well, but to be able to provide board direction, but I will open that up to get some guidance from you all around your preferences.
My preference is to honor the staff's recommendation. They're the ones that review the contracts. They're the ones that review compliance of the contracts. And I think we need to be in alignment with the statute of what the state tells us we're supposed to follow.
Okay. Other folks? If there's a consensus, if there's a majority that's ready to move forward with one thing or the other, then that's totally fine. We can do that. I'm just not. It's not a vote. It's just giving direction. But yeah, and it can change. Yeah.
I agree with putting the staff recommendation on.
Other thoughts? So yes. Okay.
Right. That's what we'll do. And of course, I mean, you all the way up to the board meeting, you have the right to say, I want to pull that item from consent and we're going to do something different. And that's, so you're not binding yourselves, but we'll have a short presentation of, and we'll line up our columns. And I can't blame Tom for that. I think I was the last person in the slide deck. So I will take full responsibility for any errors. And we'll come back with just a very 3 or 4 slides with straight columns and a resolution, and off we'll go.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you all. Thank you very much for being here, for spending time here. Appreciate it.
Thank you, members. Appreciate your time.
Okay, board members, we're going to take a quick break. There is food. We're going to grab that, come here, and then Drew's going to promise not to put the cameras on us. And then we'll continue with our agenda. Yes.
But the camera will be on for you and on for others.
Great. We'll be back here in just as long as it takes to grab food and return. Okay. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to move on to talk about property surplus, round one recommendation. As part of the board's November 10th Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools resolution, the board provided the superintendent and her staff with clear direction, including a commitment to an engagement process regarding the district's disposition of property. As a reminder to the board and our listening public, staff brought a proposed process to the board in January 2023. The board signaled its support for the process, and information was publicly posted about that process on the district's website at the end of January. An advisory committee has been formed to support property disposition. Tonight, the board will study the district's recommendation to surplus 2 properties, Allendale in Arvada and Zerger in Westminster. The board will consider a vote on surplus on March 9th, and if we do so, there will be a comprehensive district-led process that includes the following: collaborating with our municipal partners, communicating with immediate neighbors, open houses for viewing of the facilities, publicly seeking proposals for use, soliciting local representation on advisory committees, and providing public access to proposals and opportunities to attend presentations, to learn more, as well as mechanisms for the public to provide feedback. This agenda item will be presented by Lisa Relu, Chief Strategy and Communication Officer, and I will allow you to do introductions before I hand it over to Superintendent Dorland. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you. As shared in February, the staff is ready to present the first round of surplus property recommendations. And so we will not only share those recommendations, but also talk about the process that will ensue if the board approves the recommended properties at the March business meeting. And so with that, I'm handing it to Ms. Relu and letting her begin.
Thank you to the board for allowing us to present tonight. We are excited to start this work, as it's something we heard a lot from our communities as we were going and talking about school closures. Was folks had a lot of questions about what was going to happen with the buildings. And so the properties that we have started with are not buildings that are currently, except for Zerger, which is being used, as you heard in your last presentation, by Doral right now. The other both properties have been closed as district traditional elementary schools for a little bit of time now. So Ms. Schooley talked about this being something that was in your resolution and important to you, and so we are committed to moving forward on it. So our purpose tonight is to recommend that the board vote to surplus former Jeffco elementary school sites, Allendale and Zerger, on March 9th. And then if you do so, the district will commence the process outlined in the slides that you're going to see to sell or lease these properties to generate revenue in support of Jeffco Thrives 2025, Our Learners, Our Future. I'm going to kind of I tend to repeat some information in my presentations just because we want to make sure that if people are reading this for the first time, they have some context in what we've presented previously. So as you all know, we've shuttered buildings and Allendale and Fitzmaurice, as well as Zerger, are buildings that were closed previous to the decision the board made this past November. And we have a policy on property that guides us. It's board policy DN, and we are following that process. We also just want to recognize the fact that the board will determine that real property is surplus before it's offered for sale. So there are actually 2 points in time that the board will take action. One will be around whether or not to surplus a property, and then the other will be on either the sale or long-term lease of a property. I do want to mention that we have been engaged in some discussions around short-term leases of property, so like for summer use or other things, and we'll continue to engage in those discussions as it makes sense, both for the community and for the district, but we will definitely be coming to you with anything with long-term implications. So the way we're organizing to support this work, I just want to be very clear that our expertise as a school district is educating students, not selling property. So we need to surround ourselves with folks who do have that expertise. So we have some, as you see in the middle, a core team with some functionality around project management, operations. We have obviously amazing internal legal support, finance, facilities. We're all engaged in regular meetings to weigh in on this work, but we also are getting outside real estate legal counsel. We are getting advisement and sales support, so commercial real estate advisement and services. And then we have community engagement support. So we've entered into a contract with a company called CRL that does basically municipal partnership and engagement as that's what they do as a full-time job. So they help entities work between the entity, the neighborhood, and the city to engage in discussions like the ones that we are going to be engaging in. So municipalities are very familiar with CRL and their team, and they have existing relationships which we feel will be very helpful in us understanding municipal interest. And also then they have a lot of experience working with HOAs and neighborhood organizations and grassroots organizers and things in neighborhoods. So we are thrilled to have them on board, and they will be doing a lot of work. And I forgot to introduce Shannon Fitzgerald, who joins me yet again. And Shannon, as I've mentioned before, is a consultant with our team who's really adding capacity to my team right now just to be able to run this work along with all the other work we're doing. So super appreciative of Shannon being here. So we have several community engagement priorities, which President Schooley read off in her introduction of this topic. But these are the things that we are really focused on right now, collaboration with our municipal partners, ensuring we're communicating with neighbors and providing public access to information. We have a website, which I have put at the top of every slide, I think almost, so folks can know where to go for the information. We intend to host open houses. We will be publicly seeking proposals for use. And also, in addition to the members that we've identified for our advisory committee, we will be adding ad hoc representation to ensure that we have local knowledge and interest that is represented on the committee. And we will be providing eventually public access to proposals and opportunities to attend presentations, to learn about proposals, as well as mechanisms for public to provide feedback. So we've talked a little bit about our Property Disposition Advisory Committee before. I really want to say yet again how much I appreciate you all weighing in on what that committee should look like, with some great advice for us. And I believe we've taken that advice in our process. We have 2 members, and I'm going to skip that slide, but it sort of goes over 2 members from CAC, DAC, FOC, and then we have 2 cabinet representatives. I want to just say we met for the first time in a 2-hour meeting with our advisory committee a few days ago, and they are, as Director Miller had talked about in one of our previous presentations, about getting a good representation of experience and skill on this committee. First of all, how fortunate are we in Jeffco to have such amazing people who are willing to volunteer their time to be on committees. And these are folks who are already on committee, and they're willing to be on this committee as well. And first of all, the experience they bring, the FOC folks, we're citing back to the budget and the discussions they've been having around our budget and how that relates to this. The DAC folks as well had a lot of great reference, and of course our CAC folks. We have people who have been in investment banking, commercial real estate, have been in public relations and communications, and really this is an amazing group of folks, and they had so many great things to add. And I also want to thank Jansen Tidmore, who's he is the president of the executive director of the Jefferson County Economic Development Council, and he has a lot of experience with this kind of thing as well, and has been fielding a lot of calls that haven't been coming to the district but have been coming to the EDC about how people form or get the funding that they might need to engage with us in the discussion about our properties. And he's just been very helpful, I think, in ways we know and ways we don't know. So appreciate him. And, this committee folks brought up things like, we had been talking about what do we call, I remember a discussion with you, Dr. Varda, but like, what do we call that solicitation of proposals? And we talked about intent to propose, and the committee informed us that people are more, who might be interested are more used to a term called intent to negotiate. And so it's helpful to understand some nuances around some of the experiences that they've had, and how, ultimately how we don't make it such a process that people are spending so much time and resources on the intent to propose or the intent to negotiate that it deters people from wanting to put in proposals on our properties. So Anyway, it's been a great experience so far, and just really appreciate them and their support, and we'll be moving forward and keeping everybody informed about their work. So they are in the process right now of we've started working on the decision-making rubric, also the criteria for membership for the ad hoc. And we have have started to talk about what's going to be the next step in terms of reviewing the proposals. We do imagine that it's more of an evaluation of each proposal, so they won't be like getting to a number like here's the best proposal, because the proposals could be very different, and they don't have the right to also, they know they can't enter into negotiations, or that, position us in a way that might disadvantage us in negotiations with folks. So I think it will be more like you all will be receiving their evaluations of the proposals, and those will include the community, how the community feels about the proposal. So they'll be factoring that into to their evaluation as well. And of course, we would be providing you that information too. And so we would have, these recommendations in terms of their evaluations, which they will share with our cabinet. And then, of course, we would be bringing those to you once we'll be keeping you apprised. And then, of course, we would want your guidance and initial support to go ahead with some negotiations. And it may be more than one on a property, but we'll sort of see how things go. The other thing we're doing, just so everyone is aware and we're very transparent, is we're still determining which buildings we need to retain for internal purposes. Shannon has undertaken the monumental effort of talking to folks and finding out what their needs are, both for if we have people in like option schools and buildings that are not meeting their needs right now. What does that look like for potential swaps of property? We've also just been collecting. I mean, the district doesn't have like a storage facility, so they're using closed buildings right now as storage, and so we're trying to get all that stuff cleaned out and figure out how to meet the needs we have to distribute our curriculum and other things. So anyway, that's a complicated process. So we have published on our website sort of where each property is in the decision-making process. So we have 2 properties right now here listed, Allendale and Zerger, that are slated as currently under consideration by the board for surplus designation. And you also see that Campbell, of course, has been repurposed for educational purposes by the district. So we'll get to our first surplus recommendation, which is Allendale Elementary School. This property is in the Arvada West articulation area, of course, under the city of Arvada. And we have some information here about the surroundings and the closest elementary schools, and the students in the Allendale Elementary School boundary are now served by Van Hoof Elementary School. Sales price right now is TBD. Here you can see some more details. I do want to point out that when we initially published this, we put that $0 had been invested from the 2018 CIP. That was incorrect. We have since corrected that here and noted it as you see. So we have spent, and I can get you all a breakdown of what that was spent on. There was some playground, like retention walls and things, and there was some flooring, and I'm forgetting the other thing, but happy to get more information if you'd like that. We vacated it in it will vacancy date. Is that correct?
It was vacated last month.
Okay. 2 summers ago. Okay. That's right. Allendale. I'm sorry. I was thinking Zerger for a second. It's late. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, that's right. And right now it is, we have some storage there. I think it's curriculum materials and maybe some J-cell materials. And then there's occasional trainings by our security team that take place in this school. So as you can see, within the radius of 3.5 miles of Allendale, there are many other neighborhood schools, and there's also additional buildings that are going to be open. And then you see here in terms of the number of students that we're projecting and the building utilization. I just want to also be clear that the 23-24 numbers, as we have talked with you about before, we anticipate enrolling many more kindergarten students than we're seeing right now, so those numbers could go up. But the point being that we don't believe we're going to need this school. And so far we've come up with these 3 criteria that students affected by closures have been successfully accommodated by other schools. The operational schools within a 3.5-mile radius have adequate space for more students, and long-term enrollment projections do not indicate significant growth. So that's Allendale. And I know, President School, you like to wait till the end. Am I okay to keep going? Okay. So then we have Zerger. This is in the Stanley Lake articulation area. You'll see the closest elementary school. Students are now served in that area, or have been for some time, by Lucas and Weber. Of course, that school right now is serving as the home of Doral, but the kids who live in the boundary are served by Lucas and Weber. We did not do any CIP improvements, and you can see more information about the school here. So then when we look at the neighborhood schools within 3.5 miles, you can see those, and then we have additional buildings that are also in the area that are closed within 3.5 miles. And here we see the number of students and the projected utilization. And again, I'll just say that we expect the number of students under 23-24 will rise a bit, just given that we know there's many more kinder students to be enrolled in our schools before next school year starts. But same thing, we believe that this school, given that we've long ago successfully accommodated the students, I think you heard Doral, our charter school colleagues from Doral tonight talk about the fact that they believe Zerger, the location and building of Zerger, has detracted people from enrolling there. I mean, that's what I heard. I don't know if you heard that as well, but that they are having a hard time finding students in that area. And then we have plenty of other schools that can serve students, and the long-term enrollment projections do not indicate significant growth in the area. So if you all give us the green light to surplus these properties on March 9th, and again, I just also want to say while we do feel it's important that the community sees movement, because I think that's important to them, these schools that just sit for a long time, it's pretty sad that when they're not used as schools and people move into neighborhoods and things like that. But if the board should need more time, we would just adjust our schedule as accordingly. So we are in the process of getting value assessments of the buildings, which will help us set sales prices. And then CRL is going to begin its engagement with local municipalities. We're going to do it with all municipalities where we have buildings, but we're going to start with the places where we're surplusing or considering surplus. I'm just showing this yet again as our big diagram about what we plan to do. Of course, meeting with city officials and special districts and obtaining their, they probably have been, given that these properties have been sitting for quite some time, we imagine that our municipality colleagues may have some already great ideas around what they see as a good use of the buildings. And then we will go to hosting the public information sharing, collecting intent to negotiate or intent to propose, whatever we're going to call it. The committee did discuss when we met, the interesting idea of when we meet with municipalities and then come back to the district, is that we might suggest 2 to 3 best use scenarios because if it's so open-ended, it may be kind of difficult, and I don't know how that would work out. We need to explore that more with the committee and with our municipal partners, but maybe able to provide some guidance. Like, these are some best use things that we've identified in partnership with the city. However, you could propose anything you wanted, but we think it might be helpful to, or at least our committee was saying it might be helpful rather than just a total blank slate. So we'll see. So we have our whole, we have our process here as part of the process that the committee, when the committee is reviewing proposals, they will have the opportunity to ask questions of the proposers. We imagine that those meetings would be open to the public. And then also in addition to that, there would be opportunities for the proposers to propose to the public as well and answer questions of the public. And through those meetings, we would get input that the committee would use to say this was the community reaction, at least that we saw, to what was proposed, and this is what the district or the board or the city might face in terms of opposition or excitement about the proposals. So there will be quite a bit of factor in how the community feels about something. And I think, Director Miller, when we were at Glennon Heights one night, expressed to the community that at least her perspective was that whatever we do at the building should be a lift up for the community. It should be something that is good for the neighborhood. And I think that that's a sentiment I've heard shared across our board. And so, I think it'll be helpful to hear the community reaction to things. As well as I do want to say that the committee, when we talked to them this week, was very adamant. They are aligned with the need that these buildings will generate resources for our kids, that they are part of the need in terms of our financial health, the financial needs we have as a district, and selling or leasing these properties for revenue is very important to them, and it's certainly very important to us. So just generally our approximate timeline. So in March and April, we're asking you to approve the properties for surplus. We'll be meeting then with the city of Arvada and Westminster. And then I think by April or May, we'll be doing the open houses. We'll be putting the proposals or asking for proposals, identifying our ad hoc members. And the committee will start reviewing proposals. May or June, May and June timeframe, we'll be collecting community feedback, and we'll giving a progress update to the board. And then the committee would complete its proposal evaluation sometime in June. Then we would review their recommendation or the evaluations in the June-July timeframe, and then we anticipate coming to you all in August to make a recommendation regarding which parties we might want to enter negotiations with for sale or long-term lease of these two properties. I also want to say very candidly, this is our first time doing this. We may have to adjust this along the way, and we were clear with our committee about that as well. And we told them to give us feedback if they feel things are moving too fast or too slow. And again, this is kind of where we're starting out small, so we can try to learn from this process and iterate on it as we move forward. Okay, that's what I got.
Great, thanks to both of you. Board members, questions about process? Yep, Director Parker.
I have two questions. While the committee is working on this timeline for these two properties that you identified, is the district in parallel looking for the next facility? So that's kind of happening. We're not waiting until this is finished.
No, we anticipate bringing you the next round in August. That's what we're working towards. And so through CRL's conversations with our municipalities about the various properties, for us making more solid decisions, one of the things you saw in the Fletcher Miller proposal today was whether we would renovate an existing building. And so there are some internal needs we need to flesh out, but we anticipate moving this process along and bringing you more properties in August.
Okay, thanks. And my second question is, since Doral is in Zerger right now, is that going to impact the ability to have public open houses and so forth on that property? And a kind of adjunct to that question is the Doral new facility done, or is there a chance that it won't be done by next August?
On the first part, we would, of course, work with Doral on how to have an open house in a time that wouldn't disrupt things at the school, for sure. I don't know the answer on. I might have to. Do you know the answer?
Okay. Yeah. So Tom McMillan, who is no longer here, has assured us that Doral is definitely moving out this summer, and so I think he has a very high degree of confidence that that's happening.
Even so, Director Parker, even if we enter into negotiations in August, those may take a while. So I don't imagine anyone like moving in right away necessarily. So, but we will continue to check with Doral, of course.
Okay, Director Miller.
So I just have a couple questions. One is, when we say that we're going to be able to lease the properties or sell them for revenue, I'd like the distinction, if we could, because I don't know if Zerger has been paid off with the previous bonds upon which they have been sold. I assume they are. So would that have to go back into capital, Brenna? Or could that potentially go into operating? And then I'm assuming that the lease would be revenue that comes to the district and would not necessarily have to be earmarked for capital.
So I'm also going to make sure Julie and I are on the same page, because we did update potentially our policy. Our policy says that any proceeds relating to a facility would go into our capital reserve fund.
So it would not necessarily be revenue that would be to
fair,
right? So I just want to make sure we are clarifying that that's not necessarily revenue that we would be able to use outside of capital purpose, right?
I do think these are all connected conversations, right? So the budget proposal, you all will be considering this May.
Right.
Potentially includes deferring an operating contribution to the capital reserve fund with the expectation that sailor lease proceeds would be flowing directly into the capital reserve fund and would effectively replace that obligation of the general fund for those proceeds.
Right. I just want, as we're rolling forward, clarification so people understand that this is not ongoing revenue each time we sell or lease a property, that, we get this now into revenue for the purposes of whatever, that it's going to capital purposes.
Yeah, and I do want to say one more just point in the array of people that are going to be helping us. I am interested in making sure that from a financial perspective, we have a multi-year capital plan that explores all potential uses and all potential sources.
Right.
I think in the past that's focused a little bit on just let's issue a bond. But right now we're in this situation where there are potential long-term strategies whereby, for example, a lease might be favorable because it generates ongoing funds into capital reserve, which then help us maintain our other assets, right? Because we know we have an ongoing obligation for all of our wonderful properties to keep them. And so how do we think about all of this together around a multi-year capital plan? So that's on my plate to get moving.
And that makes sense, how we are managing our assets, that we'll talk about a little bit later. The other question I have is, we're on this schedule. We have these two right now. I think Director Parker said, how do we kind of keep the flow going? What are we allowing the opportunity for a community to identify, hey, we think this might work, and we're not in this next flow, but we're looking like we're next January or February, but we've got a project that we'd like you guys to consider in August. Is there flexibility for us to be able to honor that inquiry? I know we have finite resources in terms of personnel and people volunteering, but I'm just thinking there may be some interest as more properties become more aware. Well, we're not going to be using that building probably, so can people be preemptive, so to speak? And do we have a flow for that?
Yeah, that's a great question, Director Miller. And I really appreciate your question about the revenue, because I do think people will wonder, well, if we sell that building, then the money should just follow the kids to their schools. And so Ms. Copeland made a really important point about, it's definitely, it will support our ability to do on our budgeting priorities, but that's an important distinction. So yes, this is why I will tell people have not been shy about what they want to use our buildings for, and so we're considering that, and that is really why we have CRL now, who's going to the municipalities, really understanding the different things that the cities are wanting, that, and they will be following up on some of the other requests that we're getting, and why we have Jansen. And ultimately, I think we have a couple of priorities. One is, as we do the valuations, the assessments of the buildings in terms of their value, we want to know what our most profitable properties potentially are, and then also we want to, if we know there's a lot of interest in one or in a couple, we want to push those through more quickly. And so that's what we would be looking to do in August, is push through properties which as long as we've determined we don't need them for internal use, which is going to be one of our priorities to get done here pretty shortly, then we'll be pushing them through based somewhat on the interest.
And then I guess my last question is, I know, I think Director Schooley has raised this before as well, that the portfolio of properties, we have our 16 schools at this moment in time, but we have other property, vacant lands, we have other buildings that we may not be using at, above 65%, whatever that target is that's been set. Are we kind of looking at the overall portfolio as well? And I'm just thinking how to honor what Ms. Copeland was saying, to keep money coming in to honor our managing our assets. So I would be interested in knowing how we are looking at the whole portfolio.
Thank you. And I think we have an interest in getting you all greater visibility into the entire portfolio, and also because there's some things I think in this process it's going to help us clean up our assets a bit. For example, if we have a ditch or a tiny parcel that makes sense to give back to our municipal friends to take care of, things like that. I think we want to clean some things up and then really understand. If there is land out there that is not slated to be used for anything, that could be a really good candidate to go next too. So we'll work on that.
Other questions? Yep, Director Reed.
So we're getting community input, and we'll assess the value of the property. Obviously, we want to sell it for something that we can make a profit on. But does community input, can that actually pull down the weight of how much money we can get? I think that communities are kind of interested in knowing that we're not just going to sell to the highest bidder, even though they've already said we absolutely do not want that in our neighborhood, and this is something we would really like. And so, can we then look at maybe not selling it for as much so that we have more community goodwill and we're actually, yeah. So I'm curious about that.
Yeah, thanks, Director Reed, for that question. This is going to be a very complicated process, and because also people, and this is why our relationships with our municipalities are going to be so critical, because people are going to want to know, could it be zoned for X, Y, or Z, right? And I think as folks know about maybe the areas that they live in, getting things zoned for things or working with the city on projects, it can take a long time. And if there is a lot of community opposition, it can take even longer, or maybe even never happen. And so I do think it is something that we have to really consider. And I don't know how viable a proposal would be if it has no community support, frankly. So I think it's something we have to work really hard with our, no matter what the offer would be. I think that's something we need to just partner with our municipalities, with our team of experts in this area. And also, those would be the things you all would be considering as you will be welcome to attend the presentations, read the materials, and weigh in on, because ultimately you all get the decision point vote in terms of what happens with the property.
I would add to that and just say thank you, Lisa. I think the other thing I would say is this is a great example of why we are going to be looking for some outside counsel support. And I'm like, just because I don't get to go skiing this weekend, I'm going to say we don't want Ms. Tollison to get out over her skis, either in capacity or just real estate law. I mean, it can be pretty complicated, especially because we are an entity where our assets are purchased with public funds. And so there are unique and interesting legal implications of that. And you will all need to have, the board will need to have some really solid legal advice, property by property and issue by issue. And so we're making sure that we have the support for Ms. Tollison, for our team, and for the board, and making sure that we get you that advice prior to your decision making.
I'll also add to what Superintendent Dorland said in our chart, our funky chart. Oh, Drew, I don't know. Can I? There is a place even before the committee vets the process. It's up where it says proposal meets district requirements, where we will be vetting it through legal and other places. It's not worth even pushing it through to the committee if it's not, for whatever reason, it wouldn't pass muster. It would never be a viable proposal. And we would explain that publicly in terms of why we might deny a proposal before it's even reviewed. But I think it's something that could happen.
Great. Any other?
I have one quick comment. You had said maybe we could give people ideas or a blank slate. I really love in this first part, like giving, like letting it be a blank slate, almost to see like what we don't know that comes before us. But I also wondered, because of the way things are zoned and the way the city would have to be involved, I think, with rezoning, I think that's true. Do we need to give people those guidelines ahead and a blank slate?
So I think, Director Farter, what we would contemplate is both like a blank slate and some potential guidance. So it would not be either or, but both. And you're absolutely right. What the committee talked about the other night was the ability for the proposers to access city officials to ask them questions. So that they would have they could ask, so they could determine for themselves too if this is even a route they should go down. Is it possible that a property could be zoned for X, Y, or Z? And of course we can't answer those questions, but we're hopeful that with this support, as Superintendent Dorland said, that we have around us, that we will have people who can answer those questions. Thank you for that.
Awesome. And just to close up, I appreciate that we're getting the support we need, because it's a big endeavor, first of all, and I want for us to be able to make really good decisions as a district and as a board, so I appreciate that. And just to echo what we've talked about before and that Director Miller brought up, I feel like the starting point of having that 30,000 foot, the picture of what is that portfolio, and I'm just saying it again because I have a hard time with the pieces and parts. And we've talked about this in relation to other big initiatives in the district, that the decision making, I think, is better when we have that starting point to think about what are the most strategic ways that we can go and what are the options. So I just want to put another plug in for that. And that I don't have any questions for you, but thank you for the work that you're doing, and I appreciate the support that's coming. Any other questions, or did you have anything else, Superintendent Rowan, you wanted to add? Okay, awesome. Thank you very much, both of you. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. So, board, now we move into our last agenda item of the evening. You'll remember last summer we reaffirmed our commitment to policy governance and overhauled our executive limitations, our EL governance process, and board superintendent relationship policies. At the same time, district's legal services department undertook to overhaul all district policies to align to that governance model, which we greatly appreciate. From time to time, staff come to the board with policy adjustments or revisions that may need our action. And our next presentation involves some of those possible changes. So before I hand this over to Ms. Tollison, Superintendent Dorland, anything you'd like to
No, this is just a continuation of a lot of policy work that you all started last summer, and we are continuing. So thank you, Ms. Tollison, for joining us again.
Absolutely.
And welcome back.
It is nice to be back. And I think this should be pretty short. I know you've had a long, really meaty
meeting, but so we'll get through this. Just by way of background, and I know you all don't need it, but for the public, a lot of what we're doing is continuing to align right to that vision of policy governance where you all have adopted through executive limitations, through governance process policies, through policies about board superintendent relationship, a framework for how you expect essentially the superintendent, the cabinet, and this district to operate. And what we're finding in our other policy review is we have things embedded in random places that need to be up in your board policies and then those underlying district regulations if it falls in those categories, right, of how the board is saying, here's the district we envision operating. So there's sort of for the public, the way these intersect, one of the best places to look is going to be on our policy development webpage. It always summarizes, here's what's up right now, here's why, here's links to the proposed draft language, and there's an email address for public or staff input. Okay. But let's get into the three that we are recommending for this month. Our GP7 is where you all define your board advisory committees. When we talked in the earlier agenda item about what does the DAC do, we certainly have statute we can look at, but where you say, here's what our membership is, here's what the terms are, here's what our advisory committees look like. So our GP7, Governance Process 7, where you have your committees set out, was missing two. One was, it was purporting to be a board advisory committee, but it was buried down in a district policy ADF. So what we want to do is get rid of the district policy, elevate it up to your policy that covers all of your other committees. We also were missing a committee that's statutorily required by the Colorado Preschool Program Act, which is, and it'll be interesting to see if this statute changes, honestly, because the Colorado Preschool Program is now all of a sudden a very small piece of what we think of as the preschool world, right, with the advent of universal preschool. But the bottom line is the statute exists. Some of our preschool slots are funded through that program, and so for now we have to have that committee. We are taking that language and proposing it to be added to GP7. We do have a committee that less formally has done advisory work in the preschool arena, and I've talked a bit to Ms. Nikothodis about that, whether we can sort of find a way to merge it. So there may be some operational pieces down the road, but for now we're going to start with the policy cleanup. Okay. Another one, you had a couple of executive limitations policies where we left some blanks, kind of on purpose. You were saying, let's have those that work in this arena weigh in and consult. One of them is the executive limitation 15 is all about budgeting, and it's got many, many constraints in it, but the one I focused on here for this slide is the one where we had left that blank, which is what should that year-end general fund balance expectation be? And we actually, the Financial Oversight Committee met just yesterday, and they're going to be coming to see you next week. And one of the things I think they'll talk about is their recommendation in this space. So I don't need to steal their thunder necessarily. I did attend that meeting, and I know one of the suggestions Ms. Copeland made that'll make this clearer is we'll clarify that that's an unassigned year-end general fund balance. So when you all get that recommendation, we'll have something in the consent agenda, I think, that's going to reflect the consensus out of FOC. And the other, because otherwise we could have taken what was the old district policy DAB, and remember, policy governance, we're not going to let the district decide where the minimum threshold should be for, right? That's something that the board's going to want to do. Said, well, we could take the old one and just turn it into this sentence. But I have a feeling FOC's recommendation is a little different than that. So at this point, you can ignore this slide. Again, the curse of having board materials due before the FOC meeting. All right. So another one where we had three blanks, asset protection. We left blanks in the area about insurance coverage limits, about when do purchases or expenditures have to come to you all, and what should our competitive bidding threshold be. So all of these, you will see a draft EL 17 in board docs. Probably should have made a slide that just pasted it up there. But what it's basically doing is instead of having a percentage, we worked with, thank you to Joel Hirschbeck and Risk Management for consulting, so trying to reduce the idea of insurance coverage levels for a district with literally billions of dollars in assets and thousands of employees also, because we've got both property and liability coverage, is really to just set it as kind of a best practices standard. So what you'll see in the draft is that instead of having a percentage there, is you're going to be saying, district, you have to obtain insurance coverage against theft and casualty losses and against liability losses, aligned to the amount that's reasonable for school districts of like size with similar assets. That really covers the expectation in a way that would otherwise be very difficult to numerically define. So that's what you'll see the draft recommends. And again, these are for you all to weigh in if you don't like doing it that way. On our on number 5, this one's a little more interesting. This is from the CASB model. So you all went ahead and adopted it as limit single non-budgeted purchase or expenditures. And honestly, the practice here has been, and I think we'd like to continue it, it's really important for transparency, particularly with a lot of large spending going on, is the draft in EL 17 eliminates the phrase non-budgeted. What it basically says, if it is a single purchase or expenditure, 500,000 or over, so it's really the existing practice, it's going to come to the board for approval. That's already happening, but we're going to embed it in the executive limitation. Make sense? Okay. And similarly, the change to number 7 aligns with current practice, which is to say we're going to use a competitive bidding procedure for all contracted services except professional services and for all purchases. And the number that you'll see in there in the draft is $100,000. And again, that's pretty much where practice is right now. And one of the things we've done is align all of our purchasing, and you heard about this in a little bit, conversations about the CIP, right? That it doesn't matter that it's construction or capital versus some other kind of purchase. The same standards and thresholds are going to apply to all of our procurement. So that's what you will see in consent agenda proposals for these policies.
Thank you, by the way, for this. It's not like the most exciting thing for some people, and yet I find it to be critically important. And it just sets a foundation that we all have a shared understanding of some pretty significant issues around our district. So I greatly appreciate the attention you've paid to this. So, yes, Director Varda. Mm-hmm.
Last policy or bullet on that policy.
Yep.
Why do we exempt professional services?
Because that's going to cover categories that require usually some specialized kind of knowledge or skill, including there's usually these intangible relationship components. One of the classic examples is when we hire outside lawyers, for example. It's not susceptible easily to price only based sort of an analysis, right? So, and in statute, you'll see a carve out for or in the state procurement rules, which actually don't apply to us, but for state purchasing, it's a pretty common exclusion because of how different it is sort of qualitatively. And I'm kind of peeking over at my phone a friend to see if she has any. Okay.
And I mean, just to be like super clear, this is in alignment with statute. Is that correct? Okay. That's a question. An assumption on my part. But yeah.
So, well, it's a good question though.
Yeah. Other questions or comments? Director Parker.
The drafts that are attached to the board docs here, for the committees, the two that have just been added are called councils and not committees. What's the implication?
Well, I think we should call them committees.
Okay. And
And I'm going to look at maybe that the statute is particularly on the CPP one used council, but that doesn't mean you have to. And I'm betting that the one that we're just relocating from district policy may have been called a council, but I think you're right. I think it makes sense if we're going to say these are your advisory committees, let's call them all committees.
Yeah.
The second thing is on the budgeting one, the EL 15. I was at the FOC meeting, so I appreciated all the work that went into that discussion. And I know that they're going to present to us on the 9th. But again, on the one that's listed here in our board docs, I thought that they discussed just talking about the 4% and taking out reference to all the other funds. Am I remembering right?
You are remembering right.
And so that when we do vote on it next week, that would be
right. It will align to their recommendation. So we had kind of as a placeholder in anticipation of the board meeting, really just captured the old policy DAB into sentence form. And that's what that is. But you're right, it's going to look different next week.
Any other? Director Miller?
So I have a few questions, please. On the committees that we're looking at, the DAC is statutory by the state. So is it really our committee, or is it through the superintendent, or how does that really differ as a DAC versus the ones that we actually just establish ourselves, the FOC, the CAC, some of the other committees that we actually have, choice.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, and actually statute does call out having a capital asset advisory committee, though I don't have that statute for me. So there is some statutory origin for it. In a way, the DAC doesn't necessarily change because what it's saying is every Board of Education must have one, and it, at a minimum, should have this kind of membership and fulfill these purposes. Your policy has a much broader and much larger sort of membership base. I think the statutory minimum, you could have one that was probably less than 10 people. And earlier today, I was adding up what yours could hit. And it's like 60 or something. It's a lot. So I think it's the idea of you've got to have, because it's the idea of, the legislature sometimes thinks it knows better than we all do. I think you all are pretty good about knowing you want to hear stakeholder voices from a variety of different groups. But this is the legislature reminding you to do that. And so, and it says it's got to have more parents than other categories. Like they really went that granular. But fundamentally, I think you all design what else do you want from it and who else do you want to hear from?
That's fair. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. And I guess my other question is, if we're trying to get people involved in the DAC and or on other committees that we want more engagement, community engagement, and I know we say that you serve every 2 years. Is there a consideration for 2 years not to exceed 10, 20? I mean, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I'm just thinking, how do we keep the flow going so we keep bringing new people in? And because I appreciate people serving for long periods of time, but I also want to make sure that we're moving forward with other people coming in with other ideas.
And I think you all absolutely have the freedom to do that. It's interesting that you mentioned it because I also went within the last month to the CAC meeting. They're finalizing bylaws, and one of the questions they had is they've got some language in their bylaw draft that didn't totally align with how you've described how you want them to operate. And they had a big discussion about needing continuity of knowledge, wanting terms to be staggered, wanting them to be a little longer, should there be a maximum. And fundamentally, the reminder is, well, those are sort of the board's call, right? You decide how you want to appoint people and how long you want them to serve. So if you wanted to embed things like a staggered system, right? Instead of everybody being every 2 years, maybe there are 4, but they stagger, or there's a maximum. All those things are within your purview to do if you think it would improve the functioning and diversity of the committee.
Well, I would be open to the conversation, and the reason being, I think it's important. Every year we get new kindergartners, and they continue on through till 12th grade, and so you think about how new people are coming in, and how do we encourage them to be a part. And I still like the depth and breadth and the knowledge. And hey, we did this, 10 years ago or 12 years ago. I don't want to lose that knowledge, but I also want to make sure that we have, kind of a flow of people that join us and that there's a refreshing perspective. So I don't know if anybody else is interested in that, but I think the DAC is a wonderful place for people to kind of step in and get involved who aren't normally, touch points with the district.
One thing that may be helpful in terms of exploring this a little bit more, having a board conversation about it, is that we've also been talking with Ms. Zavada about what is the process for nominations and recommendations for DAC, because I'll just be frank, it's been a little confusing over the last several years around what's the qualifications, what are we looking for, who recommended and what, and anyway, so there, exactly, yeah. So there, Ms. Zavada is working on a recommendation, right, around what could a process look like that would provide some clarity, and so we could fully understand who, what representation we have, what representation we need. And I wonder if that could be part of the conversation around really thinking about how we, having a deeper conversation around DAC, and putting that into a placeholder on an upcoming agenda.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, because I think it's also, if somebody leaves, they move, and then you don't have representation on the DAC from Green Mountain because that person has moved. Well, then how do we find somebody who might want to take that place? And can we stagger terms over 5 years, 7 years? I just think the DAC can be robust, and I'd like to keep it and make it robust, but I also think it's important that we have that conversation.
Yeah, so we can work together to make sure that comes up on an agenda soon, and because the timing is going to come up anyway,
spring,
right?
Yeah.
For some of those placements. That's not the right word.
Yeah, appointments. And you're right, because you've got this very sort of granular policy, right? So you've got your 2 SAC members from each articulation. Well, what we haven't really been able to do, almost because it's so complicated, is if somebody's no longer on their SAC, but they're like, well, I'm still a parent in the articulation area, and it's parents are supposed to serve, and you go, yeah, but the box you're in, right, on the spreadsheet says I'm a district teacher. I'm not in the parent box, whatever. Like, are we sort of tracking it all? And boy, I'm sure not.
Right. And I want to make sure we're flexible enough that it's not rigid that, well, you don't fit that box, so therefore you're volunteering, but you can't be a participant even though we have 10 spaces.
Right.
So
you may want to make some of that granular, delineation of categories, because statute has very few categories.
Right.
You guys have all these extras voluntarily.
Right. So maybe we can make them more flexible. Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the other thing is just consistency for the FOC and for the CAC. I know there were recommendations about, and I guess those will be in the bylaws for the CAC on roles, responsibilities. But I think we have on, I don't know if it's on the FOC, but one of them we have a chairperson, and the others, technology and data privacy. I think we have a chairperson on that one. Advisory of the board. I guess what I'm asking is, are we consistent with the structures of the committees, so that we have community member as a chair? I know we have an FOC community member as a chair. I think we do on technology as well. I'm just thinking, how do we make them consistent so that there's not this, well, it's this way for our technology group, but not for our for our FOC or for our CAC. And I don't know if anybody else wants consistency with that, but that's of interest to me.
Yeah. No, I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think this is all caught up in the same idea that our model is being fine-tuned, right? Because some of our committees, I don't think TDPAC wasn't called out in policy at first, right? And it had bylaws, but some of the others didn't. And its bylaws sort of establish things that you would normally expect to come from the board. Like, we've been trying to align all of it.
Right.
And I think there are going to be some decision points for you all. And if you feel strongly saying each should be led by a volunteer citizen member of the committee, right? Not a staff person or board member, we could.
Yeah, I just would like the consistency of it, so that we kind of understand why those are put in place, the structures are put in place as they are. And I think it's also important that, people understand why, we have committee members that are citizens of the community and why they lead the way they do. And I guess this goes back to the previous suggestions by, what we had envisioned for the CAC in particular with recommendations that we had before. Are we following through with those recommendations for best practice? So will those be in the bylaws, or would we be seeing those more in the descriptive of PAC?
You know, it's kind of a philosophical question, but I will tell you, I would feel better when you all decide this is what we want, that it goes in your policy, right? Because you don't vote on their bylaws, which are supposed to be how they decide kind of how they want to operationalize, right?
Okay.
But we'd probably have to spend a little more time with GP7 coming down the road if we decide to go there.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable with that to make sure that we're in compliance with where we want to be from the board's perspective of oversight.
Dr. Reed.
I'm going to not quite agree with that and not necessarily disagree, but I would like to get input from members of various committees, because I think sometimes in the name of consistency, we force people to do things that are not appropriate for their particular task or that particular group. And so I don't necessarily, as a board, want to impose a structure that people who have served on that committee would say, this is actually not a great structure for us. So before we just dive right in and do that, I would like feedback from people serving on those committees.
So it sounds like what what we can do then is turn this over to the superintendent, and I feel like you guys have heard some of the desire and concern of the board, and bring back some possibilities around how this fits into our upcoming agendas and a process to make decisions around some of these interests. Does that work?
I mean, it does. One of the things I would just say is I'm sort of wanting to give some thought and conversation with Julie about consistent level of altitude in terms of the committee descriptions in your policy, because I think they're varying. And what really belongs in your policy and what belongs in the bylaws, because that then allows, I think, for what Ms. Reed is talking about, which is the committee can have the conversation around the bylaws. And I mean, you can even contemplate the board doing some sort of regular, maybe every other year or every third year review of the bylaws. So you at least know how your committees are operating and what they care about. So there's some ideas I think that Julie and I can bat around and bring back to you for consideration on this policy, but it does feel like we're making progress at least. And in the meantime, please know that we are working with several of the committees to create bylaws. And so that could be a good runway of like examples and that we could share with other committees. And the CAC ones are close. The FOC, I think, is going to begin sometime soon. So those two committees in particular, it sounds like TD PAC already has some. So we're making progress, which is good. This may not be ready for consent agenda next week. I would say it will not show up.
Maybe just the small pieces we've talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions for Ms. Tillison? Why don't you get the title? You're not doctor, you're not director. We can call you like counselor. Sorry. Oh, that's what you are.
Juris Doctor.
Chief Soul Counselor.
That's right. If I'm on a plane and they say, is there a doctor on the plane?
You say, yes, but. Okay, thank you,
all right.
Counselor.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the end of today's agenda. We're going to stand adjourned. Next meeting is on March 9th at 5 p.m. here at the Ed Center. Thank you all for your time. Thank you. Have a good night.